I am. I was muted. Hello. Who we got here? How's it going, guys? Tim Tams, Dullman. Hello. Good to see you. Sure is muted. He's unmuted now, though. We sorted it. I sorted it out. He was ultra muted. How can one be ultra muted? Surely this is a binary type of thing. Either one is muted or one is not muted. You can't be in between. Hello, Goldie. Hello. Hey, Duckman. How you doing? Hold on. I mean, that's working. Listening, transcribing. Oh man, our base stream tools need a little bit of effort. I made some things that I thought would improve it, some changes, but they have not improved it. Don't be so black and white, man. You think the environment, because we are we're quite monotone here in this little scene, aren't we? I mean, the rest of our scenes are purple. This one has almost no purple. Maybe it needs some purple. It's pretty monotone. You're not wrong. We might need some purple backlights or something. Or I bring back the green screen. That's another thing we could do. That's another thing we could do for sure. What do we all think? Quick poll. More colors? Who needs colors? Colors are overrated. Poll. More colors? More colors in scene. Real quick poll. See, but in a bedroom, I think that's standard. That's true. But this doesn't have to be, we can go to a different space. Give Seb me some don't talk about politics tips. What are we talking about with politics? Is colors a I'm not talking about those kind. What do you mean? What do you mean, Dota? Hold up, I'm just pouring myself a drink here. Okay, cheers. Does this camera need adjusting? I think it does. Everything's going down and I'm disappointed. I'm annoyed with my tools. You try and make things better, but you make things worse. I need to fix some things. Quick note, Seb, those GCAP applications end on the 29th. All right, it's the 21st now. Yeah, fair. Fair, Goldie. There's some other things I need to do as well. I need to do an Agnes submission. We have to consider if we're going to be ready enough to go for a booth. Okay, so color's not so bad. Okay, let's start. Let's start with this, guys, because all this stuff being off, I'm not into it. We're going to get straight into it and fix some of this stuff up because honestly, I'm not okay with it. I think the next thing to do is probably this diagnostic pass, right? Okay. So we got to commit it first and deploy it. No, I'm with you, Goldie. I'm with you. It's a good plan. We need to go submit that talk. I'm disappointed you won't be there. If we go there, you won't even be there. Okay, temporary. Yeah, we're going to do some maintenance. Temporary diagnostics. Because I'm quite sure locally this isn't going to be a thing. We'll do a push. And then we'll do a deploy. Oh man, this thing's annoying. Let that finish. We'll deploy it. Okay, big no from that. Open that in Explorer. Go to that directory. And then it works nicely. Okay, trying to set up a streamer and content creator panel. Yeah, that could be really, really fun. It could be really cool for GCAP. I think that'd be sweet. I'm into it. I'm into it. I will go for one day if the talk goes ahead. Interesting, Goldie. Maybe we'll have to make it go ahead. But then you've got to get flights and everything just for the one day. If you go all that way, you may as well like do the whole thing. I know that there's lots of tickets involved and there's costs and all that, but truly. This is good. This is some good juice. You'll be at PAX. All right, nice, nice. Snowsy, hello. How you doing? Hold on. Oh, that's not the Snowsy. There it is. Boom. Hello, hello. How are you? Welcome in. Yeah. Nice. Hello, Druggy Hun. How are you? Seb, can you add 170V emote for me? Hold on. Goldie, can you add 170V emote? I saw that was just like, either they're being very sneaky with their plugin or they're integrating that directly into the engine now. Not engine, into the website. Oh, look, that actually just worked as a... Oh, that was fast. What the hell is that? Is that a little cat with a hat? Is that a cat in a hat? Me with Seb. There's a little add button there. That's handy. That's handy. Okay, how's this going? This should be running faster. This never really gets stuck like that. It might be the whole server. Could be the whole server doing this. I think it's an n squared problem with the length of... I think it's the swear jar. It's got to be, right? All right. That's deployed. Now we have to let it run for a hot minute. Let's refresh all of this. There's our leaderboard. Let's go to our chat cam. That one gets a refresh. This one gets a refresh. Everyone gets, you get a refresh, and you get a refresh. And you get a refresh. And everybody gets a refresh. There's too many words. There's too many words. The swear jar might have to go off. Oh, 69 streak. Raisins. Exactly. Exactly. Daichi, you get it. Did someone mention a swear jar? Yes. It's this thing. We made it. But it's causing trouble, I think. Here comes the restart. You hit triple digits. Are you excited? Holy crap. When? That we're about to do it. Has anyone actually hit it yet? Okay, no one yet. No one yet. Triple digits is coming, guys. Whoa, mate, that's super cool. Yo, you haven't seen it yet. Yeah. It's pretty sweet. 50 stream streak. Halfway to double digits there. 97. Oh my God, that's close. Tomorrow Goldie will. He's exactly 30 minutes from me. Nice. That's wild. 100. 50 streams is huge. Goalie's about to hit 100 streams. Daichi. It's exciting. Okay, here we go. One more little, let's see, is it working? Goldie be hacking those streams? He's just consistent. The man's just consistent. I should be at 100, but we know why the tech failed me. Oh, that sucks. That's streaming though, isn't it? It really is. It really is just how it goes. Okay. We have to. So let's go into, let's see, we want to go into our production server before this does a full restart. We want to do something along these lines. Capture the start date. Check our status. And then see the logs. What do you mean? No such directory. Is that a failure to connect there? Interesting. Okay, we want to... Are there logs in here? No. This is wrong. This is wrong. Telediagnostic. Did it finish a deploy? All right, let's have a quick look at what actually got deployed there. Okay, circuit diagnostic. There's a handler. Classifier. Where's the actual writer? Recorder. Where is this working with? Interesting. Lines were ellipsed. Okay. Let's see. Not logs. No, it's not /logs. I don't see any of those folders there, Daichi. We need to get to the bottom of what it's actually doing. Think that should help us clarify. So the logs folder was not where we expected it to be. All right, there we go. I love how we both hit numbers that we can share the same day. Yeah, for sure. You guys are just like, you're in canon, if that makes sense. It's like synchronized, but offset. Hello, Turbo. Welcome in. Good to see you. How are you? The competitive side of me hopes that next I pull files far enough to... the next switch I pull flies far enough to hit you. Hey, Figures, how you doing? Hello, hello. Cool name, by the way. I think I said that already once, didn't I? How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Okay. It's changing the Serilog installer. Great, great. Surely we... I didn't want that. Where are the logs configured to run now? I think I want to unwind this after we're done for sure. I really want to know what's causing this to go out and to slow down. It's pretty annoying to me that it has to happen that way, but yeah. Okay, so guys, today I tested the game with Castell on the internet, not on this computer. And guess what? It mostly worked. It mostly worked. Woo! That's huge. That's freaking exciting. Is the swear jar for... I mean, hold on. Let me get it running for you first. We'll get it running. Okay. So there we go. Is that refreshed and up to date? ... No, we really have to figure this thing out. It's for me. It's for me, Daiachi. We made it. We made it. And usually it works in real time, but not right now. Literally just heard that from Kaz herself. Is she live? Is she streaming? So that's what MVP stands for. Mostly viable product. I mean, it's not even a product yet. We're not charging anybody for it. But it's not viable yet. That's for sure. That's for sure. Too much trouble. If it wasn't me, nobody would put up with this. I don't think Fast even put up with it. Too much trouble. Yo, thank you for the 10 biddies, Raisins, with that Gigantify for Penny. Is Penny even around? Okay, so Goldie, you heard that from Kaz. It mostly worked. There's so much game that has to go into it and so much I learned from that one play session. So many of the assumptions that I had about what would be fun are just not fun. We're going to have to make some big changes. You're going to do your best to keep up, Goldie? Hold on. I'll gloat for a minute, but then I eventually restart to really take the You two are very competitive. Very competitive. Okay. All right, we can try these things. We can try these things. That is true. We did put our logs in the presentation folder. Yo! Crispy Bacon's not even here, Raisins, and you're doing your Gigantifies. That is a good emote, though. It is my recent favorite. Okay. All right, it's there. Okay. We need this whole thing to go down, though. I mean, the swear jar's not responding, so that's a problem. Maybe it's a microphone thing. I don't think it is. I don't think it is a microphone thing, guys. Testing 1, 2, 3. Why at no work? Okay, it works here. Why it no work here? How about now? Okay, there we go. Yo, Maddie! Is that a real bed in the background? It is a real bed. I finally got one, Matt, and I need to change my background. Too many people immediately go, "Oh my god, he's got a bed in the background." Good to see you. Good to see you. You have to swear to trigger it. Fuck yeah, I do. Why does it keep breaking? This is not good. I think I know, guys. I think our swear list is too long and our word list is too long. We need to modify that. Let's do that. Okay. Okay, so I need to modify the way that the swear jar works. At the moment, it just reads all of the history, and when the history becomes quite long, it causes everything to slow down. On the swear jar page, I would like a drop down that lets me select between the following. There we go. It's just gone down. So this will be our diagnostic. 1 day, 1 week, 2 weeks, all time. We should default to 1 day. You know what? 3 weeks. We should default to 1 day. That can plan. Do we do it on a work tree? No, we just do it here. Boom. Boom. Matt, good to see you. The only way to find out. Hold on. What's the only way to find out? How you doing, Maddie? How you doing? It's really, really good to see you. It always is. I hope you're well. Visit up north is coming soon. I'm so excited. Okay, I'll show you the fucking swear jar right here. Yeah. Yep. That's when it's working. For some reason, this one still needs work, Daiachi, but yeah. But for the rest, we do have it working. We have it working very close to real time, which is hard to do. That was a challenge. You're doing well, mate. Awesome. That's very important to me. I'm glad to hear it. Okay, I do think if I get this out of the way, it might improve performance. There's a very good chance that trying to calculate the number on that swear jar could just be getting too big. Vulgar Seb is amazing. I actually realized I do swear a bit when I was going through and creating shorts. Can we add fast food to the word list and count that for the swear jar? Yes, yeah, we can. Absolutely. Okay, rolling window. The other thing I need to do is just, as we interpret this, I want to filter the data for this as well. That's going to be an important factor. And it should be the SQL that evaluates this. 1 sub per 10 jumps. Oh my god, the star jumps. Are we bringing the star jumps back, Maddie? Star jumps onto the bed for 20 subs. It would literally break the bed. This bed is not, it's not the sturdiest. The mattress is decent now, but the frame, not that sturdy. We can do star jumps for subs, though, if you guys want to do that. He's going to need to buy another bed after this. Matt. Okay. So how's this going? Hello, Sly. I see this emote is getting... I actually bet, guys, that I could estimate Sly's Twitch usage based on the occurrences of that particular emote. Just based on the emote data, I could reconstruct his Twitch usage patterns. I promise. That emote Sly, like some months it's just like it's the top used emote by far. Nutty had one of what raisins? Nutty had one of them a minute before they got released to everyone. Very cool. That's cool. That's cool. I use the crap out of yeah, that emote. Like I know. I see this. It's very easy to slip up on this swear jar, I swear. It's what it was, I think, guys, was me counting up my swear words. It took forever because it's going through everything that I've ever said, ever, and counting up how many times I've said swear words. And that's a lot. That's a lot of instances where I've said swear words. Every time I say shit and fuck, it throws another coin into the swear jar, and it just... The Gigantify emote, message effects, and on-screen celebration. Oh, that's pretty cool. You're enjoying this, aren't you, Daichi? It's a cool feature, right? It's a pretty cool feature. I think some people could really have fun with it. But it's... what are we eating? We're eating chicken with Will Dub's delicious honey, his spicy honey. Honey chicken is what we're eating. It's really good too. It's really good. It's a very funny one. I love it. I love that you like it. If you ever want to recommend it to someone, Daichi, we can see it through. You can go to the base stream tools and recommend it there, and they can join the waitlist. There's like 35 people. When we get to 100, I'll like fix everything up and launch it properly. Or if we get to 100, I should say. Oh, the one that that got sent. It's so good. It's so good. I'm absolutely loving it. It's truly delicious, guys. Really, really nice. But I'm pretty much done, and then we can get into it. All right, here goes. All right. The big reason for creating these limits is because we want to ensure that the data that we're filtering through does not become too long. Especially when generating the word count, long transcription lengths can create expensive and time-consuming calculations we'd like to avoid by filtering. This filtering needs to happen at the SQL level so that we're not drawing all the data out of the database and then searching it. Let's adapt our systems to optimize, not just improve the functionality. Okay. There we go. And then, the other thing, I do have a quick question about monitors. Looking to hopefully upgrade my setup. And I was told higher resolution and lower frame rate is the way to go. I mean, oh, you're saying like, should you choose between resolution and frame rate? It depends what you value, but in general, I would agree with that, Raisins. Some people can get like, 400 hertz monitors, and they are hella expensive, and you can hardly tell the difference, and you can reinvest that cost into a larger screen, and that's, in my opinion, better. That's in my opinion, that's better. But I have 3 fairly smallish monitors compared to some that I've had in the past. But Raisins, were you in Brisbane? I seem to remember you were in Brisbane, weren't you? Are you actually in Brisbane, Raisins? Let me know about that, because that is relevant. I was told instead of 1080p, 1440 would be better for me, and 200 hertz, or even 180 would be too much. So should I shoot for 1440 with like 165 hertz or even lower? I think 1080, like there's not much difference between 1080 and 1440. Most games and applications and everything are developed with a 1080p resolution target. So, 1920 by 1080 should be just fine. I would still say like these days go with that. My personal preference would be I'm running everything, even though I could do my monitor is technically 4K raisins. I'm still running it at 1080p, right? I'm just using 1080p. So, the thing is your applications will actually run faster when the resolution goes down a little as well, right? Because otherwise you wind up in this situation where you have to render more pixels and the quality might be a bit higher, but you hardly notice the difference. I went from 60 hertz to 175 hertz, and the change was massive. Yeah, yeah. But pushing much further than that, it's okay. Raisins. Yeah, yeah. You're not. I'm confusing you with someone else then. Never been to Australia, but would it be a dream to come true? If I am, I'm definitely let you guys know. Okay, yeah, yeah. Only because like now I might be winding down my physical office for Actuator, and that means that there's a lot of surplus equipment that I have to deal with. So there could have been something, a way I could have helped. We could have helped each other out, but that is fine. It's going to be a challenge to sell a whole game studio's worth of equipment, but looks like that's the way it's going. 2 times 32-inch 4K 270 hertz is what I use. God damn, Goldie. God damn. That should not be a swear word. Very cool. 1080p and 180 hertz should be fine in my opinion. In my opinion, raisins, that's probably a good balance between performance and value for a monitor. So, yeah. I run 249-inch Samsung curved. Oh, dude, Sly, that's actually sick. I think that's one of the areas where my setup isn't as strong as other setups. But, yeah. Okay. Let's see. So, let's go to work trees. We're going to run Godot work trees, and then we're going to go to work trees here as well. And we're doing overtime for the dragging ragdoll feature, guys. I think honestly, after playing with Kaz, there might be something that needs to be done here with our dragging. Man, Kaz was so freaking informative and smart about things. Yo, Tim Tams, I'm doing good. One moment. This is the page of notes I took, guys. This is the page of notes I took from Kaz's feedback. It's a whole damn page. I've got like 2 weeks of effort here, at least to sort a lot of this stuff out. It's yeah, there's a lot that came out of that little bit of time. Love that nerd? Yeah. Was expecting more notes. I mean, yeah, there are lots of little notes, but they all convert into like giant tasks. So yeah, one thing that wasn't even really on my radar, which is going to be really critical, will be a mini map. So let's go to. Actually, this one should go back, and we're going to go ragdoll drag. That's going to be our main one today. And then we're going to go work trees, and then we're going to the main menu jitter. Okay, these are the most important ones that I want to get work on. Um, okay, let's kick into that. So we tried to implement a fix for. All right, here it is. Let's just start. Let's just start with that. We'll just start with that. Number 4. Through. What am I saying? Spin that up, get it going, and take it from there. But I think the entire dragging system might need an overhaul. At the moment, the dragging, although it's cool, I mean, network latency is the biggest issue that I came up with the entire time. All of the networking worked, but it was pretty slow. It was pretty slow, guys. Like the lag between like movement and response was significant. So we need to do a lot of like probably compression and well, we got to start with diagnostics and figure that out. But all right, let's see where we were at. Okay, one thing I want to do would be let's see. We've got the harness. What's that?
I heard you like the hot honey pot emoji, based code star jump, based code star jump, based code star jump, based code hype, based code hype, based code hype.
I did. I've been eating it. I just like it made my whole meal absolutely delicious, Brian. It made it absolutely delicious. Welcome in. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. The food has been like enhanced, significantly enhanced. Let me just say that. I usually like eat basically just like, air fried chicken and vegetables every day. And so drizzling that honey on it, mwah, mwah, really been enjoying it. Thank you, Brian. It's really, really thoughtful of you to send stuff. Curve monitor's worth. My cousin is position. My concern is positioning of the monitors versus where I'm sitting and how I move at different angles while playing. I'd say that stuff probably won't get in the way of your experience. You just put the curved monitor in the most like ergonomic position, and then your head movement hardly matters. I think they're not bad. I think the weird thing about curved monitors often raisins is the aspect ratio that it forces your monitor into, which was good to see. That On Point, sorry, not Monsters, actually worked really well on Kaz's widescreen monitors. Absolutely crazy because it wasn't designed for them. But, you set up your anchor points right and it worked really well. Okay. Where is our... I think we'll just do it like this on a new work tree. New work tree, probably even a new branch, same time. Let's see, base stream tools, we're not there, we're here. Feature, new branch, feature slash, we want to do that there. New branch, feature, so harness memory, harness order. Yes, let's do it like that. So harness order. Why the hell is that way back here? We're going to merge that in here. Fast forward. Okay, harness order. That goes to harness order. So, okay, the thing we're aiming to do here, the plan is we're going to change the harness launcher system in add-ons slash add-ons harness launcher. so that you can reorder the harnesses automatically reorder themselves according to how recently they were used. The most recent harness should appear at the top, and the last one used should be at the bottom of the list. All right. That can run. Okay. Is hers curved? Curves are sexy. Vegas, a lot of people would agree with you there. A lot of people would agree. Statements of fact. While you get used to the curves, I'm not sure they are worth the extra cost. It's nice to have, but not necessary. Yeah, but over a must-have in my opinion. Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad thing. I do think curved monitors are quite nice. They can be quite nice, but it depends on a lot of things. It's a matter of preference. It's a matter of preference. I had a big curved monitor, and unfortunately, I banged it and broke it, which was really sad because I went to a lot of effort to move it a really long way, and then it got broken in a move. But essentially broken in the move to Melbourne. It got put in the back of a car and banged around. But, you know, these things happen. These things happen. It had a good long life. It did a lot for me, so can't complain. Cannot complain. It's, yeah. Okay, that's off. Let's kick on with what we were doing here. So, we've got feature ragdoll. Let's run it. I absolutely had a ball with Kaz trying this out today, guys. It was like, it was so good. It was so good. The game's so janky and broken and it needs so much work, but just like running around in a world and hearing Kaz get excited about it made me really excited about it. I think she genuinely liked it. She really liked the play experience. She spent way longer than I thought on the characters screen, which is absolutely awesome because, like, you know how much effort we put onto the characters screen, guys. Even without being in the game, there was a sense of, like, it's a good concept. Yeah. We really have a lot to go to, like, execute on it, but it's, yeah, it's a good concept. It's a good concept. Agreed. Okay, let's see how the dragon goes. I think I need a corpse in the matchmaking harness to speed this process up. That might be one of the next things we do. Oh, I haven't run the server yet. Hold on. Let's do there. One up. Server. Run the server. Goodo. Close. Play. We need to do locking doors pretty soon as well. Okay. Random, select. 2 monsters! Oh my god, the odds of that happening, guys, what just happened, is astronomically low. 2 monsters at the same freaking time is crazy. That's like 1 in 4 times... Okay, no, it's 1 in 15 times 2. 1 over 15 times... It's tiny odds. Okay, he's out cold. And then dragging. Then it just doesn't move him at all. I think the dragging objects probably needs a significant rework. The thing is, like, this didn't turn out to be fun for Kaz. This stuff, which I thought would be fun, was just awkward. She found it awkward and didn't know how to like, didn't know how to move with the objects essentially. Which is a shame because, that system's wacky and should work, but it doesn't. I mean, this is a bit too wacky right now, but yeah. So we need to change it so that the object just stays like right in front of you. So we're gonna have to, we're gonna have to really work on that. There's too many unnecessary add-ons. You're talking about, did she like my statue? She really liked the crypts. The crypts were pretty cool. It's, so I think probably yes, Katie. She liked a lot of them. 1 in 255. Hold on. Sly, what are you referring to when you say there are too many add-ons? Add-ons as in what? Like, what's the purpose of the dragging? Like, fun? The purpose is fun. It's to make we're looking for a chaotic physics experience. And so the idea was like, so the dragging truly, like the purpose of it is this. If you're the farmer, what you're trying to do is you're trying to like, fill, okay, so for instance, Sly, if we've got we might have an instance where this is the tavern. In the tavern, they might want to serve food, and to serve food, they need corn for mead and for food, right? And then the idea is that means when the farmer is around is in this area, it will detect that there's a person in the farm area, and that the corn is needed, and it will tell you gather this much corn and deliver it to the tavern, right? And so you could do this, and you could go, all right, I'm going to bring all the corn, and then I'll drop the corn off, and I'll do that. But that's what the dragging objects are for. Is one of these objects instead? You could go like, all right, I'm going to get a crate thing, and the crate thing comes over here, and then we're gonna drop that there, and then you get your corn, and you put your corn in your crate, and there will be an F button, and the corn will appear in the crate, and then you'll take a crate full of corn, which will be really heavy, so you'll have to drag it like this essentially, and you'll have to have 2 people to drag it because it gets really heavy. And then there's a wacky physics experience where 2 people are trying to drag the corn around, or you're doing it alone, dragging it really slowly because you've got a thing full of corn. But now when this is finished, then the tavern has what they need to make the food, and so people can recover their health and do all that kind of thing. So there's that's the system. That's the system. If that makes sense. I like too many mechanics that seem not needed and take away from the core game dev. Dragihan agrees. Yeah, you guys might be right about it. There's a good chance that this whole concept needs revision. Ooh, what's happening there? That's an important bug to fix. What one's that? Oh, I think I understand what happened there. But yeah. Scope creep. Is it though? Will probably come in handy for when the Italian plumbers we are adding need to drag a wrench. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it is. Either it's scope creep or it's a core part of the game design, right? And depends what we're making. Because if we're making this, guys, if we're making Where is it? There it is. If we're making chaotic physics-based combat, I guess it doesn't explicitly say, it doesn't say anything about, actually, hold on. The design document is now here. Okay, hold on. GDD. Not Monsters is a chaotic third-person medieval social deduction game where suspicion turns into physics-driven combat and justice is delivered with fists, not menus. If that's our core pitch for this, players will say, what a cool dragging system, or hey, I slayed that monster with my mace and lots of blood. No, I know what you guys are saying, yeah. Does it fit into this is the question, and maybe it just doesn't. And we revise it. Maybe we revise it. I mean, I basically came away from watching Kaz play being like, you know what, that didn't look like, that wasn't as fun as I thought it was going to be. She didn't even have fun, and this is a big one, she didn't even have fun with the left and right hand feature. Like being able to pick things up with the left and right hand, like this leaning and grabbing, she didn't even like it, which is, you know, that's a surprise. That's a surprise. But it might have to go too. You can always add features in future updates. No, those Sly, you can, but it's not a good idea to do that if the fundamentals are like, okay, active ragdoll, for instance. If I'm going to put active ragdoll in this, and that's pretty central to the fighting being fun, then it can't be a matter of, like, you don't want to retrofit that with things like the physics objects. You don't want to do that later. You need to do that. You need to front load it. Otherwise, you design and engineer your systems around the wrong features. And when you add the features you need later, it's... Another question is, was Kaz your target market? She doesn't tend to play these type of games. That's a good point, Goldie. But also, I do want it to be fun for the average player, not just players who like those physicsy games. So it's and I know Kaz isn't the average player either. She's not the average player either, but it's like, I think some of the stuff I do want the game to be simple. And so like the grabbing system, I think the grabbing system, she was able to work with it, but it seemed to frustrate her more than she enjoyed it. So, you know, that's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. It needs some consideration. That's definitely the case. Okay. I really wish this would tell me the work trees, like what we're actually working on. Okay, big refresh. Okay, this is the host jitter. Let's give that a shot before we move on to other things. Should still have 4 existing world item reach setups. Okay. Good chance we need to completely unwind these sets of changes and do them again. I'm a big fan of keep it simple, stupid, but maybe too much of one. No, look, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. We probably do need to keep it simple. Simple is good. I think somewhere in between is probably the right point to aim for. Somewhere in between is going to be the right point to aim for. So I'm in the process of reevaluating. It was so amazing to get somebody to play it, and Kaz was so freaking good to like give advice and to give feedback. Okay, first things first. What the hell is killing my Godot's? It wouldn't be this. Oh, it might be this. It might actually be this. I agree with Goldie. Love Kaz to bits and she thinks like me, but we may not be the key target audience, or maybe just a small subset. I mean, the simplicity of the user experience is actually quite an important thing. I think I need to, and honestly, like playtesting is going to probably prove out a lot of this stuff. There's some stuff here that's just so obvious that I was too far away from the problem to see it. That needs a little bit of work, well, a lot of work, I should say. I think that the grabbing and carrying system is definitely going to get an overhaul. The dragging system for sure. So we need to. Okay, top anchors for portraits. There's so much here. There's so much in this. There's so much in this book right now, guys, that would be valuable to implement. It's like, so some stuff that she pointed out. The music. Well, I noticed the music was not on loop. The concept, the art style, the characters I love. I think they're so good. Yeah, no, I mean she loved all of that stuff too. It was just things like picking up different objects with your left and right hand was too detailed. She just wanted to grab something, you know? It's that should be a thing. Try get work trees and that should be a thing. Try get work tree, add work trees, bug fix. Wixer, we are using those work trees here. Yeah, you can see that we already do have those work trees, and we're using this system to manage them. So I'm just remapping work trees to local folders. Why are you suggesting that, Wixer? I'm like all ears to something that might improve what we're doing. Because at the moment, those work trees do exist, but they wind up here, and this is just like Codex's way of doing it. Hello, Teddy Trojan. How you doing? How you doing? I see Codex work trees. Yeah, that's because I'm creating them this way so that the Codex chats move away from the main folder into these work tree folders, so you can associate conversations separately. Which is why I'm doing that. If you suggest that I should do it this way and then like move the conversation off the main work tree that way, I don't know if there's some easy way to relocate apart from the junctions. So I'm using junctions to change the location of folders, but yeah. Are you working on multiple things on the same project? Yeah, that's right, Teddy Trojan. We tend to be working on multiple features simultaneously. That I think lets you move a little bit faster. Okay, so I'm tempted to just, when we deal with, how's that going? Yeah, it's good. I would recommend it. If you're not already doing it, you definitely should be. You definitely should be doing that. It lets you, you don't tangle all your work together that way, Teddy Trojan. And I think it's probably the best way to avoid tangling your work together. Okay, where were we with that harness? Here it is. EADE. Okay, let's see. Hold on. So first things first. So we're using this command essentially, Wixer. So you want that codex worktree ID to match the Git worktree? Like if I could, yeah, if I could do that, at the moment I'm using this program to essentially to do that. But you know, codex goes in, it manages its own like random hashes for these different things anyway. So it's like, I'm just using that with junctions to, you know, to overcome the complication of that and try and see an exact folder. But even then, it seems like codex, even when you open a junction, it resolves it to a particular directory. So yeah, what I want to do is 6. So we're going to link like this, 6 like that. What's happening here? Link friendly aliases. 6 is going to be what we'll be working on here. Harness run order. And then essentially like from there, what I'm doing is then I'll like cd into harness run order. And now I have at least I have a folder that I'm in. I don't know if you can see this easily. And then if I codex here, even though my path is this, it tends to always fall back to that other, to these other paths. Because here, look, right now, I'm in this directory. So I'm in that directory, even if I codex here. It falls back to that path, which is quite annoying. I would love if it didn't do that, if it used the directory like you would expect it to, but it doesn't do that. Sometimes it does, but then other times it just doesn't. And I think it's because I'm doing like codex resume. And then it falls back to this weirdness, which annoys me because even though I'm not in that folder technically, like in terms of the file system, like if I go print working directory, that's my path. But as soon as I'm back in here, now we lose that, and so it's hard for me to keep track of what that window is actually related to because codex does this stupid thing. Anyway. Okay. So let's go see if the jitter is fixed here. Do you happen to have a fix for that, Wixer? If so, I'd love to hear it. It would be handy. So we have a lot of network testing. I think we might have to redo the dragging. Still like freaking jittery. Does anyone know how to get the editor to run it not in its own window, to get it to run in here? That would actually be handy in this instance. Editor settings, I don't know. There's like something that's causing it to pop out, which is probably okay, but... All right, let's check this out. I need to open repo. Take that. Select that. Okay. pretty sure there's a lot of changes that are actually in place here that had no effect. Okay, why? Why are these changes on the host jitter related to dragging? This is related to the right stuff, but... Okay, upsert authoritative records, I think this needs reverting. The changes we've made here don't seem to help the time it takes to load. And let me see. Handle chapel warm-up runtime. So, I don't know. I don't know that it's really... we still have our diagnostics... Yeah, so hold on. We still have our diagnostics in place, right? In place, so... On this branch... Oh, on what branch? What branch are we even on? Jesus. Why are we headless? Feature slash... Are we on training dummies? What is that even doing? All right, this is the main menu jitter. Only one more stream to 100 stream streak. Brian, crazy. Crazy. That's pretty close to a big milestone, man. One more stream. I better get something ready to celebrate that. Not even kidding. Not even kidding, guys. Need to get some party poppers or something for that. That's huge. Huge, guys. Absolutely wild. I really appreciate it. Don't... If the changes we've made have created a visible improvement, it's not apparent. We deleted the diagnostic. Okay. It seems we've deleted the diagnostics, but we should run them again to confirm that the changes we made were actually effective. Let's restore them and run the diagnostics with the new changes in place to validate that the loading is now smooth when we do our menu transition. Okay. The dragging body system is still not working. How can we simplify what we're doing to ensure that this is functional? It may be that a new dragging system is needed. As as the current one is frustrating to players. This mostly has to do with the way that the physics objects behave when being dragged. Let's examine what it would take to re-implement the dragging system in a way that makes dragging bodies easier. To implement. That can go on a plan. We might have to fork Codex and update it because that ID is internal metadata. When you say fork Codex, you mean like make our own branch of Codex? I don't think Codex is open source. I don't think it's open source at all. I think this is the intended design for those guys. And it's mostly because I'm mixing the Codex app with the Codex CLI. I think Codex CLI doesn't expect you to do anything with work trees. We're just trying to work with work trees and work with the Codex app like simultaneously. So it's a bit of an edge use case the way that we're using it, Wix. But yeah, it's not ideal. It's not ideal. I'll say that much. But the codebase has leaked. There you go. Like a month ago, I heard about the leak of Claude, but I didn't know Codex has done that. Also, this is not a leak. This is official OpenAI, right? It seems they're not leaking that. They're just making it publicly available. That's cool though. That's cool. It was Claude. Codex is open. Yeah, that seems right. That seems right. Yeah. That looks not like a leak. That looks like the real deal. Yep. Okay, that's cool though. I didn't even know that it was open source like that. Okay, should the simplified dragging system replace dragging for bodies only first or become the shared V2 for bodies and props? Replace the current physics drag behavior for bodies and drag together. All of the objects can use one simpler model. All right, we'll go for it. Reliable movement. A simple drag body root proxy moves reliably while the ragdoll bones remain limp and visually follow. Let's do that. Let's give that another shot. Try and refactor for something simpler. Okay, so let's see if this new harness system works. We also need to rebase and merge deployment because that was definitely a great success. So where is that? We'll probably do that straight up here. That goes here. Coding standards. All right, let's do this nice and quick. We can it's annoying that this opens in the wrong console application. Okay, hold on. Edit, preferences, integration, not VS Code. Where is the command line? What ran that? Yo, Mylinor, doing good, man. Good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you today? How are you? Okay, there's our startup loading. Here's this. Oh, I understand what this was. We needed to, yeah, we needed to do something different there. When dragging a body, how should the body handle obstacles? A simple proxy sweep so the body does not clip through walls, but still keeps moving predictably. Yeah, we can try that. The body follows a point behind the dragger, keeping movement reliable and less likely to block the camera. At the grabbed hand. Okay, that should do the trick. Also making progress, I see. Yep. Little bits at a time. Little bits. Lots to do. Heaps to do. That's always the way. There's going to be so much to do on this. Okay, host judder, ragdoll drag. We should be able to F7 this. Though I'm tempted to do F1. We'll run the physics drag scene just because that's the one that I need to make some changes to. Here we go. Yeah, Kaz didn't find this fun. I think a big part of it was she tried to move forward with it. And if you run forward, the physics object just is not working like that. But we'll do something about it. Okay, physical drag is up at the top of the list, which is good. I wonder if this error is related to any of that. Let's go character movement. Let's see if it appears at the top of the list. I don't think F1 is reserved for anything in Godot. Oh, yes, it is. Search help. Well, I guess F7 stays our harness. Now character movement is at the top. Okay, great. That harness change works. Okay, I wonder what like F2 does. All right, so we're going to move the harness from F7 to F2. Move the harness shortcut from F7 to F2. Add a shortcut for Shift F2 that reruns the last harness that was run. Okay, cool. All right, next thing, while this is kicking on, should the ragdoll body pull the grabbed bone upwards to the hand height or stay grounded? Stay grounded. Okay. All right, 3 things kicking on all at once. Not bad. All right. Items in boxes is a big one. Maybe we do that simultaneously. on its own branch. What do you guys think? So a way to take things and drop them in objects. That might be the next thing to do here. So we could try the work trees the way that that Wixer is suggesting. Let's see. We'll give it a shot, Wixer. We'll give it a shot. Where is it? What you were saying is... Is there any way to specify the drive for the work tree, Wixer? Like where it's, like its location? Oh, someone did it already. No way. Codex often works across several Git work trees while keeping each session tied to a specific branch. Did not have... Oh, yeah, okay. All right. That actually does look handy. We might just stay with our custom command until this gets merged. This could be really good if that gets merged in though, Wixer. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, I think I'll wait for the PR to get merged, potentially. Instead of, like, getting sidetracked trying to, like, compile that right now. That's too much effort. Okay, let's see. And the build still passes. Not solve the transition hitch during the... Yep. Let's proceed with planning fixes for these issues. Leave diagnostics in place until they are resolved, and then we'll remove them once the frame rate remains smooth during this transition. Okay. Okay. Replace the body dragging force-driven ragdoll movement with a host authoritative dragged body path. Yes for this, though I think I'll want a harness for that pretty soon. Is this our F2 branch? It is. Shift F2 should have run. Oh, it did. Hold on. Jog my memory. You're like... Jacob, you mean where are we at with the project? There's going to be blood trails when... blood trails. I think so. I think so. Only if the person was bleeding, Jacob, because often, like, you can punch a person like this and you could just knock them out and then there won't be a blood trail. But if you cut them and they die and bleed, then yes, then there'll be a blood trail. So it's going to depend on how the person was killed so that, you know, you can get some people who actually legit investigate stuff. But yeah. Gosh, these characters be cool. Okay, this is an improvement. What else did we want to do with this launcher harness? I mean, that's basically it, right? Create a commit for the changes on this branch. Okay. I really am looking forward to that guy merging that branch, getting that branch merged. That's a maybe we should go back there and just like star it and say, "Hey, I really need this feature." Thank you for finding that, Wixer. Yeah, Def, comment on it. Hey, just wanted to say this feature. Hey, just wanted to throw my weight behind this PR. I've created a whole bunch of custom tooling and scripts to manage the gap here that this PR seems to close. Would be great if we can get this merged and rolled out. I'd definitely use it. You know what? I should probably use proper punctuation here. Okay, cool. Okay, that's... At this point, I do feel like I'm kind of just using this to do a lot of like the, you know, the nitty gritty of handling the work trees more than actually having anything productive. Okay, we've got to open one more repo here. Base not monsters, work trees. Yeah, no, I do appreciate it, Wixer. That was an insightful find. It was good of you to just like Google that, man. Are you running into the same problem? Is this a problem you're experiencing as well? Harness run order. Again, it's not making that branch. There it is, but it's not checked out. Yeah, okay, fair. Harness launcher remembers harness and prioritizes run order. Okay, deployment needs a rebase, honestly. The other thing we did here, which I should probably note, is we moved shortcut to F2. Shift F2 reruns last harness. And then I guess master would... That needs a rebase here. Easy peasy. And then master again for that. Let's merge this in. Merge into master. This also needs a merge in. This has an MCP integration that I added that... Oh, hold on. Can't spell master. Merge into master. Create a new merge commit. Deployment can go. That can rebase here. That can merge in. That can go. I mean, it probably should stick around, but for now. Harness order. Rebase here. No local changes. Should be fine. That can merge into master. This one should be able to close out now. Hand that off. Branches just Smeagol their way into master. You mean the mergers their way into master? Hold on, what do you mean Smeagol their way? I mean, when you're the only one working on the project, you don't even need to do this if you don't want to. It's I just like to have a good, you know, chronology of when things get done, you know. This one also honestly needs a good rebase as well, but this one's probably going to have some merge conflicts. Yeah, so this one we're going to come back to because there's a lot of cool changes that I made here that I want to preserve, but it's going to be a harder thing than just like a quick rebase. I think this one might also be good for a rebase. I know we're not going to get any merge conflicts with it. Probably this is the same as this last commit. Yeah, it is. So that one can go. Delete that. We clean it up, guys. I'll give this one a last run because I believe it might still be in a work tree, right? My precious. Yeah. Best not to be precious about it. The sunglasses work perfectly. Oh my God, Jacob. They actually do. Can I gigantify that? Hold on. Hold on. Is that a thing where you can gigantify and add custom things? Because that's just too good. Message effects. What are they? How'd you do that, Jason? Modify a single emote. How did we do that? Hold on. Oh, there we go. I can't unlock it. I need to unlock it with 900 channel points, and I don't have them. Oh, well. I don't know. Good question. It's a channel point redeem. Well done. That's pretty sick. Nice find. Nice find. Must do something with that. Okay. Yes on that. I mean, this one's fair enough. Yeah, this is really annoying. I really just want to know what branch I'm on. Please tell me. Okay, git status, harness run order. All right, I just merged this, yes? And we just closed it out. Harness run order. That means this one can close out. We'll manage work trees here. That means we're going to unlink the number 3. Yes to that. And now a harness run order. Harness run order is going to be this one. 3 for that. All right, guess not. Training dummies. Oh man, it's so annoying. The work trees are useful, but I'm annoyed with them sometimes. Can that one go? Yes, they create a lot of noise in your solution. Okay, so now we're going to clean up number 6 or number 2. Number 1, I mean, we got rid of 1. Yeah, it's really annoying because it's a large project. It's getting to be a large project, and there's so much wasted space here. But we'll just deal. We'll just deal. Statues. Let's try and get that merged. Let's confirm that's working. So this is going to be run work trees, run Godot. Let's see, graveyard statue, give that a spin. Can't you give yourself channel points? I don't know, probably. It should have unlimited channel points. It's your own channel. It doesn't let me put the glasses on though. I don't know. I don't think he's been watching himself long enough. I've been here for every stream, figures. Every one. I haven't missed a single stream that I was streaming yet. I think he earns as he streams. It says 0 bits infinite channel points, but when I try and use the thing, it tells me I don't have enough. So go figure. Look. Here, you all can witness. That's what I get. Unlock for 900 channel points, but it won't let me click it. You peasant. True. And it is pretty unprivileged behavior to not be able to spend any channel points. It's impressive that you've not missed a stream you've streamed. Turbo, I didn't miss a single stream that I streamed. Every time I'm streaming, I'm here to watch me stream. It's crazy. Such dedication to spectating my own streams. All right, this one should be cool. Then we're going to go with a graveyard statue first. Let's go statues. We're going to do a quick run. Go have a look at the statues. For anyone who missed this, I've decided to put a random crypt statue up on up in the graveyard. And I think this might be a situation where I don't know. Maybe it's going to be like a subby deal because we're running out of gravestones now, and we're running out of like crypt spots. There's a good chance we'll actually run out of these things. So, did that just use the real server? It did. Why is this using the live server? Oh, I think I actually know why. Because we didn't ask it not to do that. That actually makes sense. I should be fine. Okay. Achievement for having seen every statue. That's actually a really cool one, Mylanor. That's a really cool one. Especially, oh my god, especially if we see that up in the main world, right? Yeah, this one can close. That one can close. Statues here. What is this erroring about? Okay. You know people have been playing. Yeah. When you know it's random, you know people have been playing. That's true. That means, oh my god, can you imagine seeing that? We should have something where it's like, what if we made the statues collectible? And every statue had a procedurally generated achievement. And then the statues in the main world would be like a... All right, we've got errors. We've got errors, guys. That's annoying. I hate this. The audit should have got that. The smoke test should have got that. Okay, still no errors. Let's just check this all works. Only wants the tombstones to be collectible. Raisins, can you imagine that every one of these, like, paying tribute to a statue, like added it to a list and then doing all of them gave you an achievement? That would actually be pretty sick. Would be quite cool. So every time you play a game, you would be incentivized to come here and like pay tribute to the new statue. This one was Lufu. We need to change the height of this anchor a little bit, and probably do something to break out like the text so it goes across multiple lines. Okay, statue. Wonder if we can do it like this. I would die like badges. Yeah, attain all the statues would be cool. Yeah, that's a pretty cool one. That's a pretty cool one, guys. Just to make it possible to do. Oh my god, it would actually be sick. It would probably get people into the game too. To be real, let's be real about it. It would get anyone who had a statue and wanted to like a full unlock. They can even view them all somewhere. I don't know. Yeah. Would be pretty sick. The giant vodka bottle. Suddenly, Binge's vodka being on display like this makes me think twice about introducing something like this. Okay, that is working. Kaz hardly even noticed the punching, guys. She hardly even noticed it. It took her a while to figure out that she could even attack. Oh my god, what? Hold on. Completionists would be all over it. Plus, they all look awesome. That's true. That's true. What are you dead about, Raisins? You dead about the statues? Oh, like binges specifically? Because, yeah, it's pretty funny. All right, that does work. So we're gonna call that one. We're gonna call that one good. Let's go here, master. Let's see if we can find a work tree related to statues. Yep, this is gonna get handed off to the branch. Definitely on master. Then we can merge it in. Some people are crazy about their Chivos. True. Yep. Punch looks so satisfying, right? Gotta add that uppercut after every few punches and create random combos. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that, Turbo. Absolutely right about that. But yeah, Kaz didn't actually even notice it. She didn't even notice the punching for a long time. She didn't realize she could like click to punch. All right, this actually needs a discard. Delete that. Then we're on master. And then I think that might actually be all of them freaking merged. Which is cool. That's a good thing. All right, let's try this again. If we find it working, we can rebase. And that can close. Let's take the jitter and get it out of the main menu. Tooltips for new players, etc. Hold on, hold on. Yeah. I'm trying to make the game so intuitive that it really doesn't need them, but that's hard to do. Kaz did seem to be able to find a way around pretty easily, so that's nice, but there's a lot of user experience improvements we could make to the menus. Tooltips, yeah. Yep. Okay. That was much better. Really have to change the... attacks might have to slow down. One huge revelation that Kaz had, guys, that's really, really important, I think, is health bars. We need to have health bars for players and stamina bars so that we can actually see them. So that when we're fighting, there's like a tangible result for hitting someone. That's got to go on the backlog for sure. Whoa, he kicked that pretty far. Man, I need so much more playtesting now. Floating H bar needed for sure. Yeah. It didn't seem obvious to me until Kaz said it. And then it was like, of course. Of course we need that. All right, the main menu loading was what I was testing here. That's buttery smooth now. Much better. Much better. Let's commit that. So, main menu host jitter. First pass host jitter improvements. And this is dealing with better bootstrapping for source items. And then this one was we need to take the tracing out now. The performance now seems much better. It's time to remove the diagnostics. Okay. Second pass loading jitter fixes. And this did let's see what actually changed with it. I may have jumped the gun on this, guys. This is still a work in progress. Oh, no, I didn't. Here we go. This is interesting. The changes it's making are broader than I anticipated. first patch adds batch physics requests. Hello! Netrowex, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for swinging by, man, and for following the stream. I really appreciate it. Jitter, not Jetta. How's it going, man? Welcome in. How are you liking the stream so far? I hope you're enjoying it. Publish and consume continuous snapshots. I mean, that's the big change here. Snapshots in batches. And then this is removing diagnostics. Remove diagnostics methods, identifying menu jitter. How's it going, man? Are you a software engineering type person? Game dev? What's your thing, man? What's your thing? Best of luck with your projects and you with yours. I appreciate that, man. Have you are you up to speed with the project we're working on? Do you are you looking for a little bit of a tour? Would you like me to give you some onboarding for the stream and be like, look, we're making this and here's how we're doing it, that type of thing? Or you know, I'm guessing since you're saying best of luck with your projects, you're also an engineering person, which is cool. We like that. You're gonna fit right in. I think a lot of people, you know, not many people have their own projects to the extent of, like, you know, some of the creators building things here, if that makes any sense. All right, that's doing its thing. It's going to keep stripping those diagnostics out. The cool thing now will be, now that we've validated that, we can close here and we can get back to main quest. Main quest with dragging ragdolls with a completely simplified, stripped down, rebuilt version. Let's see how it goes. Could be terrible, could be great. I think I need a new harness for this. We need a new harness for this too, so that might be the next thing we do on this branch. Starting drag does not stand the ragdoll up. The grabber moving away causes the down root pose to move across real physics frames. Host drag takeover publishes newer drag pose sequences. Adapter level pose translation, and then tests passing. So let's see. Really, on the local system, like in when playing here, it should probably not have the. There's always the risk of too many projects. That is a very real and serious risk that I have suffered from many a time before. We had a good conversation about this, honestly. Who was it with? It was Ragitan. I think he was like, I try and do as many things as I can at one time, and it was like, whoa, that's a bad way to get anything done. You need to do like as few projects and as few tasks within each project as possible. All right, shall we? Here we go, guys. We're gonna get who's knocking out who. I guess Cray wound up on the left, so Cray's knocking out Lisa, and she's out. Let's try the draggy. Here goes. That is kind of working. Though it's not falling onto the ground, we've already exposed one hilarious bug. I don't think the ragdoll's working at all, though. Ragdoll's not colliding with anything. Out again. Yeah, this will not do. This will not do. It seems the ragdoll completely disables when in the drag mode. I mean, it's a start, don't get me wrong, but... And she's not conscious yet, so we should be able to drag her here. Oh, it's getting caught on the body. Sorry, it's getting caught on the rigid body. Okay. Oh my god, hold on. Oh my god, I see the cutest little hats for PIS the other day that look like straight up mini RPG glass PC cases. I nearly reminds me of when you said projects. I need to get back to my Raspberry Pi. Nice, nice. I like the floppy ragdolls. Yeah, it's really important that we get that right, but doing that right requires like, all right, he's out cold. Should be able to like push him here and drag him. But he's just going like, is he out on his feet? Yeah, there he is. The ragdolls still need to be interacting with things. So this is not an acceptable solution. The smallest little thing on the ground is causing an issue there. He'll get caught on like anything. So, oh my god, that was a punch and a half. We really need to add some like force to the last hit when they go unconscious, for sure. The height isn't changing, it just stops. Oh, when he comes to, he's going to fall straight through the ground. That's an issue. Already he fell straight through the ground. That's one way to get rid of him. That's one way to get rid of him. Okay. This suffers from all sorts of problems. There's some improvement, but it needs a whole lot of work. The proxy seems to be a cube rather than something like a sphere or a capsule, and so it gets caught on the smallest bump on the ground. It also doesn't seem to collide with any objects around it, and neither does the ragdoll bodies. Once being dragged, they stay in the same state as they were when they were first grabbed, instead of bumping across the ground like we should expect them to do if properly ragdolling. The height of the drag body also does not change. So if you begin dragging something on a height and then go up or downhill, for instance, they can clip below the ground and disappear from the game entirely by falling down into infinity. Ask me more questions to identify the core of the issues here, and let's plan some solutions from there. I just posted them in Discord. Chat error again? Yeah, you're right, Goldie. You're right. Hold on. Now we have our diagnostics in place for it, though, so we can catch it. Let's go work on that for a hot minute. Stream tools. I mean, that's our date range stuff. All right, errors happened. The expected production path is deterministic. We've deployed this change, so the new logs should be present. I can find them on the file system. Let's see. Give me the SCP command to make them local in a location where running the analysis will work. Okay. All right, here we go. Those two. Ooh. So, it makes a good point. Active ragdoll might sell this later. If it is the case that a later planned active ragdoll pass satisfies the conditions of the body while being dragged, we may be able to simply implement that later in... If it's the case that the planned features there that are already documented will overlap with what we're proposing to implement here, let's lean on the planned path and implement it later rather than doing it now. Okay. What should the drag bodies collide with when being dragged? World player props. How should the height changes be handled when dragging over slopes, steps? Let the guard collisions handle height with fall limits and recover if the body escapes the playable world. Assume that the body won't escape the playable world. The object should stay on the ground height whenever it's being dragged. The hand should be able to drag the object over bumps and ledges, basically using an attractive force in a similar way to... It should also be possible for the player to drag the bodies uphill, not just downhill, and over small ledges upwards. Again, the object should be trying to move towards the hand of the dragger. All right. I just posted them in the Discord. Hold on. Let me check them out. Hold on. What section? Where do I find these? General? Fuck 90, sick car. He's not even here, I bet. Raisins, I see them. Those dioramas are sick. Your tiny retro PC speaker for desk vibes. Hell yeah. Is that what you're referring to, Raisins? It must be. Those are so cool. Thank you. Hold on. We'll check them out. Check these out, guys. Mini PC for Raspberry Pi. That's a Raspberry Pi case. Holy crap, that's cool. That is cool. And the speaker. All right, hold on. Where's the speaker? Is this diorama also a speaker? Is it? Yes, it is. I actually love that. That's so cool. That's really cool. Raisins, that's neat. Okay. Let's see. So, from here, that should be managed already through that's annoying. One moment, guys. I do need these logs. Okay, logs done. Analyze diagnostics. That's one way to do it. All right. That is legit. Seems like the parameters are wrong for its own. All right. Well, there's errors, but we'll sort them out. Yo, Dullman, how you doing? I saw you at the start of the stream. Welcome back in from lurk mode, man. How's it going? Right? Imagine having that little one next to the full-size PC. It's like a mini. It is. It's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All right, hold on. All right, here goes. All right, there's our problem. Looks like that's huge time delay there. All right. Don't know how useful that was. Is it useful? Yeah, this is the weird thing. Is if I look at the logs, there's not really any problem, but in at runtime it's obviously a problem. That one, yeah. Okay. Oh boy. Holy crap, that's a big dump. Um just take all of it. Why not? You can sort through it. It'll be fine. Man's fighting the PowerShell demons? You're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. Wish it was the bash terminal demons, but here we are, stuck on Windows for a little bit. Welcome in, Scrubby. Cool name. Nice and concise. I like it. I like it. How you doing? Welcome in, man. Welcome in. Okay, the docs do not give us... Okay, the separate alive state active ragdoll from passive corpse body dragging. Even though it's not planned in that order, if the same behavior is needed, it might make sense to reevaluate whether the order is necessary. We don't want to implement active ragdoll twice, once for unconscious players and once for living ones, if it will do to do it just once for living people. Okay, who should simulate the dragged ragdoll while an active drag grip exists? Host while dragged. Okay, what should the immediate next implementation slice be? Replace proxy with active toe. Yeah, okay. Okay. Alright, how are we doing here? Remove the diagnostics. That's excellent. Menu jitter. Rebase this branch onto master and resolve any merge conflicts that occur. Test the branch to validate functionality. Okay. Getting closer. Main menu jitter is about to get solved. Where is the ragdoll branch actually, though? It's kind of weird. Have we just done a ton of change here and... I can't believe drag ragdoll actually hasn't had a commit yet, and that this is the scope of its change. Like, it's actually a small amount of change for such a sophisticated feature. And the fact that I haven't done a commit with this yet, considering how much time we've spent on it, that's a red flag. We might need to run this locally as well. The error for chat, to just capture it in a console output and use that to help our diagnostic process. No 503 errors in this capture. Okay, the scary other 404 entries are mostly internet scanner noise. Good, good. The reveal overlay is there. I mean, this actually does make sense. That's interesting. This one's interesting. This is very interesting. Okay. Yeah, okay. So what we're seeing here is I think the system that I wrote to try and ensure that chat is active might be doing some thread pooling in a way that when it fails causes it to retry without necessarily cleaning up the last thing. Um, write us another diagnostic script that can help capture thread ownership on production. Include a mechanism to bring those changes down locally for analysis. Okay, Super Chew. Hello, welcome in. Good to see you. How you doing, man? Hope you're having a good day. Okay. Good, man. How you doing? I'm doing good. I had a really good day. I had a really good day today. Um, yeah, I had a really good day. Um, all right, how are those progressing? Okay, one remaining design choice affects how much we build. The doc sworn not to stretch the drown-only ragdoll service into a universal active ragdoll contract, but the tow mechanics themselves can be factored so later a live ragdoll reuses the same. This is a tough choice. I think we leave it. We defer it till later. Forever we keep, deferring the active ragdoll, and it's the right choice. I think it is the right choice. Super Chew, the game's going pretty well. The game's going pretty well. Today I did my first online multiplayer playtest, and for the first time, I don't know if you know Castell, Super Chew. She's another great content creator. It's very exciting. There's so much to fix and improve. There's just a dramatic amount to fix and improve now. I've got a lot more context. I've got more a better picture of what has to happen now. So yeah, there. That's it. Shout out Castell. Yeah, so she was very, very helpful. Okay. Whoa. All right. Drag proxy is going. When the valid body drag exists, the host takes over the ragdoll target and preserves its current pose, starts physical bone simulation, and publishes authoritative ragdoll. Once released... I mean, isn't this what we had before, though? I think we do need to redo this. We'll redo the dragging entirely after seeing Kaz, you know, trying to work with it. It just didn't work. Add / adjust the... and integrate the coverage for... Yep. Implement. That can clear. Okay. One thing we probably should have done before merging this was made sure that we had a local path for using local servers so that we're not always using the live server for our testing. But that's merged back here now. Actually, main menu jitter still needs a merge now. That might be worth doing as well. So where were we for that? Main menu jitter. This is our stream tools. Neither of this is main menu jitter. No, actually that's not true. This one is. Okay, main menu jitter. I think I'm closing that out. So let's go settings, work trees. And then in here, work tree, handoff. Nice. Okay. All right, that's now done there, which means on this branch we can go to master, we can merge into master, create a new merge commit, get rid of main menu jitter. Excellent. Now it's just these two silly branches. What about this one here? Pretty sure that one should just go. Do we have anything in Codex for training dummies? Work trees. Yes, we do. That one should be able to hand off, if it's not already. I believe it's already merged, so handing it off should just get rid of... There we go, yeah. That goes to master, then training dummies can actually go. Good stuff. Ragdoll needs a rebase. This one's too big to just like deal with flippantly. This one will take a lot of time and attention to do a proper rebase on. So, yep, lessons learned about that one. Hand off to local, and now, hopefully, if I go work trees, that hands off to branch as well. And then both those changes are out of our way. Which puts us back on master, and then training dummies can go, and then we're legit just working on ragdolls. All right, that means we can refresh here and refresh here. This one should be able to unlink a bunch of the detached ones, including docs, yes, including unlink the gravestone. Yes, and then unlink main menu jitter. Yes, there. Nice. Then we can probably clean these up. I guess not. I guess Codex has still got some kind of handle on it. But we can clean that up here then. All right, cool. All right. All right. So this happened. Hold on, what happened? Whoa. Wait, what? What the hell? Crap. Shit, all right. All right, well, I hope he's okay. Yeah, me too. Me too. Ah, shit. All right. Well, that's a scary thing. Pestily was in an accident, guys. That's not good. All right, come on, ragdoll. Let's get it finished. All you can do in a situation like this, Goldie, is just focus on what's in front of you and hope that they're all right. You know, you gotta compartmentalize what you can control and not worry about the things you can't. I hope he's all right, though. I really do. Yep. Should we try and adjust the dragging? True, true. Yeah, I mean, I want to worry about it, but like, what am I gonna do? All right, we're gonna start a new thing. We're gonna start a new thing right here. It runs on your local machine. Okay. I need the path for that. All right, that'll work for that. All right. Any idea what happened there, Goldie? .NET stack was found on path. Install manually if it's needed. I would rather limit the number of things I install, but if it's a small installation, I can go ahead and put this tool on the server if needed. Okay, how's that going? I think Jitter can legit close. Run work trees, run manage work trees. Can we unlink that now? We already did, didn't we? All right, we did. Yep. So we're down to just one open branch. So this is probably a good time to start on a new thing. So let's do it. Let's do it. Let's start something new. It's time to add a new feature. I would like we're going to introduce the concept of containers. These are objects that can be interacted with that allow you to place an object that is being held into it. There will be predetermined anchor points and capacities for these objects. The anchor points will determine the orientation for objects when in... and the object will also optionally have restrictions around types that it supports. For instance, there might be a box that can only hold consumables, or a rack that can only hold weapons, etc. These objects will exist in the world, but we may also make draggable objects instances of these containers. The concept of a container might also be something as simple as a wall mount for things like weapons and shields. The way these will work is an interaction possibility will be recognized between an item that is held and the container. Ask me as many questions as you need to get as much clarity as possible about this feature, then we'll move forward to implement it. All right, there we go. Just saw the post is all. Okay. None at all. Dolly told me about it. All right. Hopefully he's good. Hopefully, I mean, he looked like he was in high spirits in that photo, but maybe it's just like really bad burns and stuff. Wasn't it an explosion? Somehow that doesn't surprise me. The man's always playing with guns and all sorts of stuff. It's like, and I don't mean like in a game, like IRL. It's, yeah. Playing with guns, yeah. Pestily, like ex-military dude, very, very cool guy, like very popular Tarkov streamer, but just like a, you know, just like a, he's such a military guy, but also he's a little bit like, he has a strong inner child, let's put it like that. So the dude doesn't mind buying toys. When you mix like a military man with that kind of playful spirit, I feel like sometimes he's gonna blow shit up. That's just what happens. I'm sure it'll be quite the tale when he's up to tell it. Yeah, yep. Yeah. Hopefully he's alright there. Alright, how are we doing? This is the big one. This is the big one. God, hoping I can get this running. The other thing I might do is refactor a V2 dragging system. Alright, one more thing to do. We're going to rework the dragging system to be a little bit better for gameplay. At the moment, it's network rigid body behavior creates very poor experience for players who are trying to interact with and move objects in a meaningful way. We're going to replace this system with something that still has a bit of physics influence on it, but works a little bit more smoothly with predetermined positions for where the object that is being held should sit. AKA directly in front of the character. In addition to that, we're going to try and make the control of that object a little bit better so that the player can lift and lower the object by moving the camera angle around. Held objects should then try and put themselves in the optimal position and stay there so that players can do things like moving forward with them without colliding into them. This is a significant rework of an existing feature set, so let's carefully consider how to remove old systems where appropriate and not leave vestigial legacy code. Ask me as many questions as you need to fully flesh out the design of this new system and put together a robust plan to migrate from the version 1 dragging system to this new version 2. All right. Now that should not be on master. That should be... Before we do anything more there, on master we're going to new branch, feature slash drag rework, dragging rework, ship it. All right, cool. Clip that. And that's how you prompt it, guys. We've got a streak of 40 stream streak. Holy shit, psych. Getting there. We had a 50 stream streak today. Man, I swear too much. I actually need this swear jar, guys. I'm realizing I'm worse than Fastfy. I'm worse than Fastfy sometimes. Worse than Fastfy. Hey, that's another thing we were doing, weren't we? We were... Swear jar range. There's an awful lot of changes on this branch. I probably should have done this on a different branch with fixing OBS thingies. All right, I'll do it. Let's go have a look at our based stream tools. Most of these honestly, apart from that, Yeah, I've gone and made a mistake here. I've mixed up the context for a couple of things. Yo, who's this? Hold on. Runs in the fam, but don't give me one. The swear jar. Matt, you dude, would actually be hilarious. Would actually be hilarious to give you a swear jar, I think. I should just like imagine if it was like, I don't know, I had you wear a microphone for a day for the swear jar. Just oh my god, that's a product right there. Sell it, ship it. Ship it, guys. Ship that one for sure. Collar microphone swear jar. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? All right, we're going to in a new branch, well, new window here. We just want this top line, actually. All right, that works. Let's see, that can go here. I swear this tool sometimes. Let's just do that and pretend it's not there. OneDrive back. How's your night going, Matt? How's your night going? What are you up to? What are you up to? You doing some hell divies? You diving some hells? You might be the next test subject, by the way, Matthew. I need some just chillin'. No dives tonight. Nice, nice. Okay. Whoa. What am I saying? Here's the plan. Here's the results. All right, how's this kicking on? It is getting on. The host dragged the body successfully with no pose rejections, but the client process came up as one peer and never saw peer 2. Right. Probably going to close this out. Okay, what should the first implementation support? This is only draggable containers. Which input should place a held into a container? Oh, hold on. Holdables only. Which input should place a, oh, actually, holdables and draggable containers, I think. Which input should place a held item onto a container? The F key, where a match is found. match between held, dragged, and container filter is found. Okay, should players be able to take items back out of containers in the first pass? Yes, with an empty hand. Poll it again? Hold on. Will Seb be in bed before 2 a.m.? I want to say no for today. That is my ending target. Ending stream at 2 a.m. is my goal. But there's a chance if something like a raid happens that isn't the case. That's where I'm predicting on that. Am I vibe coding? I never see you on the text editor. Dexter, I would say what I'm doing is a bit different from vibe coding just because of how much time has been spent in, like... It depends what, like, first, Dexter, you have to say what you define as vibe coding. I am definitely using LLMs more and more and more, but it's because my project is maturing and I'm teaching it to implement things the way that I would be implementing them. Where vibe coding is really, like, I've done vibe coding. You open up a project and you just tell the LLM what you want and it goes and does it. In this case, I'm like, here. What is happening? My process right now, and you might be interested in it, Dexter, is I essentially, where is this? Okay, this project has closed. We need to do base.notmonsters, client docs. So how this works, Dexter, is essentially I write code. I use that code as reference to define style guides that says how the code should be written. And then I extend that out into principles, patterns, and practices for the project. So we get this like markdown document that describes the way that I write. And then I use these things to get it to write new code. I review all of that code. And when it goes wrong, I reintegrate the things that it does wrong for things like, if it does something wrong, I go and say, this is how you're supposed to do it right. And so I work on, there's like a feedback loop where I'm overseeing and reading every line of code that's written, essentially. And I usually do that offline between streams because it's not much fun to watch me just reading essentially code, like doing code review for an LLM. So prediction started. Yes. So that's kind of what you're seeing here, Dextra, is you're seeing me use the standards and the documentation that I developed to drive the LLM so that I can create candidates for pull requests that I then go and review after the stream for like consistency and then I rework. But that's the loop. And if you want to call that vibe coding because a lot of the heavy lifting is being done by the LLM, then it would fit that definition. But I think it's very, it's different from get your bets in, folks. Let's see. Hello. All right, that's going to be better. I feel like I need better volume control sometimes. I can have quite a loud voice. That is very cool, Seb. No, thanks, Dexter. It's like I think a lot of people probably would classify it as vibe coding, honestly, because at the start of the project, if you go look back at the VODs, at the start of the project, I was coding everything line by line. And more what I've been doing is like off stream, I'll set back from the work that I do and I'll be like, all right, let's look what was actually done and how it was done, what my principles, patterns, and practices are. Let's embed them in like Markdown that can be used as a skill that the LLM then goes and takes to write new code, so that more and more it's authoring things the way that I was authoring things rather than just going crazy and writing a bunch of code. That's how AI should be used. Yeah, I think that's the right approach, Mylan. And a lot of people don't do that. So you keep the knowledge and apply that. Exactly. It's very rarely doing something without my direct intervention. And it's like, yeah. And review it. Exactly. Yep. And like, yeah, you guys don't see a lot of that off stream. You see, I mean, that's not necessarily true. You'll see like I'm constantly going back and forth and looking like, what has it changed? Why did it make those changes? What's like, I do that at a pretty cursory level, but you'll notice when I'm streaming, often these branches, I'll wind up at the end of stream. I'll wind up at the end of stream with like 5 open branches here that have each gone and implemented some feature that I then go through and review in detail. I review it like off stream quite carefully to make sure that it all works. But like code reviews are not a fun thing to necessarily spectate. I think people are more interested in seeing the features come together and seeing those things get built. Like interested in the thought process that goes behind it, not necessarily the code review that makes sure that that does the quality assurance. That's another really big thing here is I'm using it to assist me in the quality assurance, right? So whenever I find problems, it's like, I essentially, when I find new violations of rules, I write those rules back into this, and then I'm using this document along with manual review to ensure that things are working. And that's how we keep it all we keep it together, because otherwise it really does fall apart a little bit. You can't just go being like, add this thing, add that thing. It's like you have to be really quite disciplined, or it all goes to hell pretty quickly. I was gonna say a ruder word, but I stopped myself, and it still tagged me on hell. Guys. I probably do swear too much. I probably do. But mastering and orchestrating LLM in the right direction and understanding is a big task, because I was doing the same thing, 5.1 GPT model yesterday, wasted 8 hours, and then stitching it, very difficult. But yeah. Because most of the time, the code is just mismatched. 100%. It is, Matthew. You're not wrong. It also, but I'm trying to make it strict. It also does freaking. If I say that freaking sucks, it'll tag me for that. Okay, an Australian that swears too much? Unheard of. That's true. I think frack would be fine. Mylenor. Yeah, Dextra, I think a lot of people think it's like vibe coding. True vibe coding is easy, but the potential of implementing something that way is very limited, because it very quickly becomes quite messy. It becomes quite messy quite quickly. And I know that because I have done it. I've tried it. It's running behind, isn't it? It's running quite behind. And then it caught up all at once. That is interesting. This is interesting. An interesting question. Should the base stream tools catch events that happen when a streamer is offline? I don't think Bloody is on the list, Dextra. God damn it. Hey, that one's not. That probably should be. The list is pretty long. I don't know how that one got missed. Fudge? That has to be fine. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. Got him. I think frac should be fine though. Yeah. I mean, it's thought that was fraction, but that's close enough. Frac. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It gets a pass. No capture while inactive. I don't know. Keep background capture only for explicitly enabled users and features. Ideally, events that occur offline should still be tracked. Let's integrate this so that it works only when the user is live. This strikes a good balance between capturing the maximum number of events while not capturing events at times that are less relevant. It's most important that these features work while the streamer is live anyway. We should also have some kind of fallback for instances where the feature is requested, for instance, the chat system. If the user is not live and a load of a chat overlay occurs, then subscription events should become active. Once this disconnects, though, it makes sense to stop subscribing to chat messages unless they go live or unless the overlay is made active again. Okay. We had... All right, let's let that do its thing. We had... I think we started something new here, though, didn't we? In work trees... The container feature, yes. And the rework dragging system. Let's get those kicked off. Let's get those kicked off. Do not paste. All right, refresh here, refresh here. We want to link that. Let's start with 77B9. 77B9. One is going to be containers. Containers, yep. Okay, what else have we got? Containers, we've got dragging rework. 81BC. 2. Link this. Number 2. Dragging rework. Refresh that. Refresh this. All right, there we go. BSG fans know this one. Hold on, hold on. Is that Battle State Games? No, I mean, that shows how much of a gamer nerd I am that I go to, like, immediately go to BSG being like Escape from Tarkov stuff. Use Feral. That's what they said. Farscape. Battlestar Galactica. Bears. Beats. Battlestar Galactica. Battlestar Galactica in, yep. What's the... Hold on. You all remember this episode? Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. It's a good accent. Good stuff. Good stuff. German beer is the best. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Frel, the most well-known Farscape world equivalent of a combination of two words that I won't say because I want to contribute to the swear jar, both idiomatically as in Frel you. Okay. Okay. Good old show it is, isn't it? It's a really good show. It's a really good show. Okay. Implement active ragdoll slice. Change the body drag. All right, let's see how we go. Here goes. Cybertopia. What a freaking awesome name. That's my vibe. I like it. But then again, Stargate was also very peak. It was. Oh, I don't like these errors. I'm so hopeful that we manage to crack this and fix it. Stargate 1, Atlantis or Universe. Yeah, all good options. Also, welcome in, Cybertopia. Welcome in. Nice to meet you. Thanks for jumping into the conversation. I think you're going to fit right in. You're going to fit right freaking in here. We are going to knock someone out and drag them around. That's what we're testing. That's what we're testing. Here goes. You've been a lurker for a while. Okay. What you gonna do? I'm gonna knock someone out and drag them around. You heard. They were still like that. This is way on an old branch. That's fine. This is on an old branch. That's not a problem. With full cam, I thought you were going outside. Forget it's in the game. That would have been a thing. That would have been a thing. I'm just gonna go commit some assault. I'm just gonna go assault a random person. Kaz was also very right about the jumping. The jumping just really needs redoing. That's a more important thing than I would have thought. Boom, he's out. And now, drag time. Yay! That's working quite nicely. I can roll. We can roll with that. Yep. That'll do. That'll do. Oh, that's great. That's great. Okay, finally we're getting somewhere with this. Finally we're getting somewhere with this, guys. That finally actually time for that clip. Clip it. We got it. Let's take this outside. We need to flip the characters around. So we can do that. We can do that. Okay. This is actually gonna be so good. Okay, are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, guys. Here goes. We got the priest at the church. Get ready to clip this, because this is going to be the last thing in the whole journey of like implementing this feature. All right, starting over. I'm starting over. Here goes. It's the start of the clip. Ready, ready, ready. Getting stuck on that. Hold on. We're going to go one more time. One more time. Here goes. Here goes. He's out. Up he goes. Oh, we can't get him up. Hold on. Drag with both hands. Come on. Yes. Drag him to the noose. Oh, that's so good. All right. We got dragging in, guys. We got... Clip that for sure. Nice, nice. Come here, Priesty. Who is the monster? Anyone? No monsters yet. No monsters. That's hilarious. Okay. Dragging works. Finally. You shouldn't be able to jump while dragging. So there's that. And now we have a glitch. We have a glitch, guys. It's desynced. But that's the first basic slice, I think. No errors too, which is unfortunate. Out of sync, yeah. And the worst part is, I think the host is going to be the authority on where he is. So he is technically still on the ground and draggable. How did that message get missed? Knocked him out again, and now he's back in sync. Stay down! That's going to be so funny when they like wake up and try and run away. So you can do something like this. Hold on, guys. Let's say she is the monster. She's going to be able to. So he'll get up and be like, ah, and run away. So hold on, the host will be the authority, which is the left one. If we can catch him with a... yeah, that's going to be an issue. Okay, and it did resync. It did resync when some damage was dealt. And he's out. If he's dead, hold on, we gotta test this with death as well. Hey yo, it's working, Mr. Jobman. How you doing? Good to see you. We can do this. We can do this. We can hide his body in the... He's out cold. We can hide the body. Yep. Stay down. Knocked out. Okay, so that desync is something that needs fixing. We need to try this with death as well. So she's gonna just go grab a weapon. He can run away. Yep, and you can still drag. I don't know what happened there. I do not know what happened there. That's so good. And then the body, like the ghost, can you imagine just like watching somebody drag your body away as you're like, oh, that's so good. So we need the coffin now. We need a coffin to sit here. That's dope, right? It's pretty good. You got to drop your axe and grab with two hands. Because two hands is more stable. It's so good. This is just like... Can you imagine disassembling it into little bits? Will this have... Yeah, it's absolutely super chew. Proximity chat is definitely planned. You should be able to talk to other ghosts. You can, yes, correct. And on top of that, if there's a monster in the game, Super Chew, monsters can see ghosts. So the monsters are going to be trying to blend in with normal people, and the ghosts are going to be able to haunt them. So when you're dead, you'll actually be able to haunt the people that killed you, if the people that killed you are monsters. If they're not, then... So also, you're going to have to behave where it's like... chop them up and let the monsters eat the parts to hide the evidence. I mean, actually, we got to figure out like what we're doing with that. But there is a world in which we might be able to like... I don't know. I think disemboweling and stuff would be... We can do it. We can do it. I don't know. The question is, should we do it? Should we do it? The body tracking is so good, though. We have to stop that attack from occurring. There's something that happens in a default state, but perhaps there should be a furnace where you can accidentally drop the bodies. Well, look... Super Chew, the plan is, the furnace isn't a bad idea. We already have a furnace, actually. Maybe that's a good way to dispose of bodies. What will happen, Super Chew, is the monsters can feed on the bodies. That's one of the next things that we have to do. So monsters can feed on the bodies, and that makes them stronger. And so if you're a monster and you've killed someone, you are going to be trying to hide the body from others, and then slip away to eat the body. And then others are going to be trying to find the dead body. That's essentially that's the plan. If you're a monster, you want to find a way to hide them. This is so good. All right. What a win. Oh, there's a bug. There's a bug. That's not ideal. Hold on. We fixed it. We definitely still need to work on the dragging so that the interpolation is more aggressive. Oh no. Once you drop a body in the furnace, you can get burgers. Oh, Super Chew. We're not going to encourage cannibalism, but the monsters will eat people. And so if a person finds a body, it's to the person's advantage to get rid of the body, essentially. You have to so here's a scenario for you, right? Essentially, let's say the priest was a monster and tried to kill me, right? And then I murdered the priest in self-defense. I can then do this, right? I can then take the body and say, oh my God, everybody, the priest was a monster. And I take them here. So I would take them to the church and I would ring the bell to call a meeting, right? Because I'm innocent, right? So I want people to know that I'm innocent. So I would take the body to this location where there's going to be coffins. And the idea is you can put the body in the coffin. You can put the body in the coffin and then ring the church bell and assemble everybody here to be like, look, this happened. Or if a monster kills a person and tries to hide the body, maybe like here in the hay, the idea would be if you find the body, you should drag it back here and let everybody know. And then also like, you know, put them in the coffin, because once it's in the coffin, the monster can't consume the body anymore. So you're trying to prevent that. Like the body is a body is a resource for the monster, right? A roll in the hay. Oh my, yep. So yeah, bodies are resources for monsters. So the monsters want to kill you and then hide your body so they can come back to consume it. When will the initial version of the game be released? I'm so excited. Dextra, we might do a community playtest in about 2 weeks. I think 2 weeks possibly would be a community playtest with a very limited number of people. And I have to figure out how I select those people. And we really have a lot of work to do between now and then. So it's, I'm excited too. I'm really excited too. This feature was a big one. This feature was a really big one, guys. Look at this. You could watch your own, like, you can like haunt your own body. This is so funny. The ghost just being like, oh, yo, and this ghost actually has some influence over the world. Cash buy-in, surely, you think, Penny? I don't know. I'm not sure. What's everyone think about that? Wait, you're saying I can get Goldie again? Sign me up. This ghost actually had some influence. For some reason, this ghost was able to hit. We need a system that does influence for the ghost too. Because the ghost is going to be able to interact with objects. So like say there's an axe on the ground. If you don't interact with objects for a while, then the idea will be like you can have this spooky kind of like levitation ability to move an axe around, but it'll use your influence and then just like drop. So if you want to troll people, you could like take their equipment and misplace it and stuff like that. So when you die, you're not exactly out. God of War and Nacho would be at least 2 of the playtests. True. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how we decide this. Guys. But I will say, this ragdoll dragging was an important prerequisite. This was an important gameplay mechanic. Very important. And we need spinning stars around the head of an unconscious person. Yeah, it's pretty hard to get them up here. That might not be a bad thing if multiple people are contributing. It'll be easier to pull them up. And so the thing that you should be able to do here is like, I don't know how exactly we do it. I think you need multiple people. When multiple people are around here, wow, I actually do that. When multiple people are around here, then the person can get hung, but only with consensus, with a number of people doing it. Dragging and making it persistent without a bug is hard. Yeah, you're not kidding. This is the kind of thing, I wish I had this feature done before today so that I could have tested it with Castell. But, you know, we're getting close. We're getting close to being able to test. We're going to need, like, rope and stuff to... all right. Man, we need to fix that one. All right. That's a pretty big win. We need a guillotine. Yeah, I mean, the guillotines maybe even, I don't know. Please have Fass do it. She's great at breaking games. Iliad Fass, I actually wanted to get Fass to, a few times I've wanted to be like, yo, come and see this new thing that I've done. And she actually refused. I don't think she wants to see the game until it's at a point where she can make a video about it and then respond with genuine surprise. Her position is that it's better that she doesn't see any of it, because she does. Yeah, she wants to respond authentically when there's something more polished. So that's the plan at the moment. Is we can't play test with Fast for a while, but Kaz is keen. So and there's so many people who are keen. There are so many people who are keen. She is really good at breaking games, though. I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that much for free. Used to do it for a living. She was very good at it. Okay. Well, that's fantastic. Let's check this in and rebase it. Ragdoll drag. Okay. First pass ragdoll dragging. Okay. Well, that's good. That means at least we have our first pass. In theory, we could finish before 2 a.m. today. We could finish before 2 a.m., guys. Who voted on no? Lame. True. We'll see. Maybe I'll find some new shiny thing to work on. Oh my god, who is he? He's somebody who finished the feature that he set out to do. Rebase this branch onto master and resolve any merge conflicts we find along the way. Am I saying along the way like it's some mystical journey? We're going to make a backup here. Backup. All right, excellent. So where's the dragging rework? Is that... It's in neither of those places. I guess it's right here. Now we'll change to containers. Resume. I guess this is actually still working on it. Is it still working on it? Surely. Settings, work trees, dragging rework. Okay, for V2, what should one active held object represent? One active held object. One carrier. One player controls one object in front of them. Okay, old multi-anchor, multi-player pulling is removed. Yeah. So let's have a think. What if we had the dragging work like the drag is towards a target and then there's still like some fake physics going on that does collisions? Okay, so it would be good if we could keep a model similar to the existing one where multiple people can drag an object together we should be able to drag with 1 or 2 hands, and 2 hands should be more effective than 1, just as it is now. When dragging, though, we should do some kind of faking or smoothing with a drag target that is simpler than the complex object. We could have the player move the simple object and then do some kind of hybrid physics model where the rigid body tries to match the position of the thing that we're actually dragging, but still simulates things like rotation and collision. We need to retain something that feels like what we have, but at the same time functions a lot more cleanly from a player perspective and a user experience perspective. In the same way, when we're dragging something with 2 hands, it would be best to move it into a set location in front of the player at a height that is off the ground. This position should be relative to the player so that when they move, the object moves away from them but maintains the position in front of them so that it appears as though the carry is taking place in a smooth way. By doing this, multiple players can influence the body smoothly and cooperate in carrying. Okay, how should the camera angle control the lift and lower height? Pitch. Yep. Pitch mapped. How should held objects avoid colliding with the carrier? Pose advance, I think. Keep the collision enabled and solve the target pose away from the carrier capsule. They should still collide with the character if for some reason they rigid bodies overlap. However, by setting a target position that the character moves the object to and interpolating the object's position to that location, we should avoid most collisions between the dragged object and the player. The dragged/carried object and the player. We should try and aim for a new state when 2 hands are holding the object that represents being carried rather than being dragged. If an object is too heavy, it should still drag along the ground though. There should be some interaction between the weight of the object and the force that's applied for the target position of dragged objects with 2 hands. Okay. Fake physics like cold fusion. Cold fusion is just it's a hack. It's a hack in reality, isn't it? Doesn't seem possible. Infinite energy so like limitless energy. It is a hack for sure. Somebody broke physics. Okay, how are we going here? Rebased onto master. Okay. First pass, rebased, wunderbar. Okay. The next thing, the current dragging behavior seems a little bit too sluggish. There's too much disconnect between the position of the dragging hand and the body. We need to make these more connected so that one movement more directly influences the other. Let's try it. Okay, this one needs to... What else we got going on there? Your answers shift the plan toward a hybrid target follower rather than a pure kinematic carry. Grips stay cooperative, but the target becomes a simple decide carry drag pose. Yes, and the rigid body chases it while collisions remain real. I'm checking the existing strength and weight authoring points so the next questions can focus on gameplay rules rather than code plumbing. Okay. When does a gripped object enter the raised two-handed carry state instead of ground-based dragging? Two hands request carry, but object often rises fully when total strength meets or exceeds the weight. Any two hands from one or another player can carry an object regardless of weight. I think no carry threshold, height, and follow stiffness continuously scale by total strength divided by weight. No hard carry threshold. Height and follow stiffness continually scale by total strength divided by weight. I think we could do something like that. Strength gate. Two hands request carry, but object only rises fully when total strength meets or exceeds weight. I think we go with that. When multiple player influence one object, how should their desired target positions combine? Weighted average. Weighted average. How should object rotation behave while being dragged or carried? Stabilize your drag, tumbling, and gently align. Yes, this, but also it should average stabilized yaw, but when multiple players are interacting with the object, this position should be averaged between both of their influenced inputs. Okay. That's a thing. Glad we got the dragging going. There's another thing here, speaking of things. Okay, work trees. The container feature also has a ton of freaking questions. We need to get these two running in the other codecs. Set up on draggable scenes. Object target. The draggable has one interaction target. QE adds the hand to the same object. Keep the anchors. How should the... I'm going to go back to this. How should the front carry drag target distance height be determined? Derive offsets from the object collision bounds with tuning constraints and object optional per object override layers. I think it should probably be something like it should be bounds based, but also consider the scale of the skeleton. It should be bounds based, but it should also consider the scale of the character skeleton or collisions, whichever is most appropriate. We want to ensure that players, regardless of size, carry the object at a reasonable offset in front of them, quite close to the body. When carrying an object, it should be as though the body is being lifted by the hands and the main mass of it is against the character. Yeah, we're going to see how that works. How responsive should local carry feel before the host upgrades arrive? What do you mean? How responsive should local carry feel before host upgrades arrive? I think it's when it says upgrades, it probably means the local simulation with authoritative overrides. So the controlling client predicts target posed locally, while the host remains authoritative and reconciles physics snapshots. The clients wait for host-approved grip and physics updates before the object follows. The primary carrier owns high-frequency held object motion, while host validation around grip state. Yeah, we can predict. We can predict. Okay, how's this going? Hopefully this will come out feeling tighter. That would be a really good outcome. Let's see. We need containers. Hopefully we can get through enough of these questions. Okay, what should the select anchor affect after a grip success? Anchor chooses what the hand can grab. Object movement uses the whole object blend target. Okay, anchor chooses what hand can grab. Object movement uses the whole object blend target. What should the selected anchor affect after a grip succeeds? There's a lot of questions here that are pretty relevant. Anchor also defines the hand offset point used to orient or offset the object relative to the carrier. The anchor also defines the hand contact point used to orient or offset the object relative to the character. I think grip offset, right? Anchor remains the force application point, but its target is the new front carry/drag target. No. Anchor chooses what the hand can grab. Object movement uses the whole object blend target. I think it's going to be acquire only. When the new hand is already dragging an object, how should the player add a second hand? Pressing the other hand attaches to the same object if still in reach, without requiring a separate anchor. Nearest anchor. Should a carry target sit in front of the body facing the camera? Okay, we're going to circle back to this. I heard a ding, and ding fries are done as priority. Refresh here. That's going to be ragdoll drag. F5. Let's do it. How you guys doing in chat there? How's it all going? I reckon 2 a.m. We're at 4 hours. If I get 5, 6, yeah, it could line up. I could be off this before we could have this feature done. Mylanor, you're coding away. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Chillin'. Nice. Are you gaming, man? Are you gaming? I hope you are. I hope you're getting some downtime. I hope you're getting some downtime, man. Okay, select. Okay, let's see if this feels better. All right. That is actually hilarious. The werewolf like pulling the body. Can you imagine trying to quickly hide that? Ah, she's awake again. Knock her out. This is good. Only for an hour or so, then I'm off for a bit, picking up my daughter from school. Nice, 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 Mylenor. That's good. Hello, Not Monsters devs. Hello, Kent. How you doing? Look, we got dragging in. We've got dragging in. We can hide the bodies. La-di-da-di-da. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Until consciousness is regained. Ah! I was murdered. And then this guy can come chased in wolf mode. That's another thing we have to do pretty soon, guys, is we really have to get oh man, that's funny. This is good. Is feature working? Dragging downhill is actually really easy. That's too easy, potentially. What is... We might have to get rid of that. Is that on the foot? Yeah, it's on the foot. He's a monster! But, and he's out again. We really have to add force to the last hit. That's great. For some reason, actually, the mass of this guy, he's not heavy enough. I think we can drag him a bit too easily. Look at that. We can drag him way easy here. Now she's just showing off. That's great. Get over here. Man, he's really out. He's taken a bit of a beating while he's out cold. Look at that. That's good. That's good. This is fun. Guys, this is actually very fun. That's a good sign. This is ridiculous and hilarious. That's what we want. Just suplex him into the ground. Hilarious. Good. Okay. Great. This is good. One thing we have to do now is make sure we can, when dragging something, we can take them through rooms, like from place to place. We did do a little preliminary work on this, but still needs a lot more. Yeah, okay, that left the body behind and created a pretty big bug. What the hell? What the helly? So that's something definitely... All right, here's the error. Definitely something we have to fix there. Some WWE going on there. Yep. But hilarious. So that's acceptable. Yeah, good. Good stuff, guys. Glad that is coming together. We really need to start testing not on this computer, because all these things that seem like they're working well here aren't going to work well on the internet when we introduce like 100 milliseconds of latency. So yeah, that'll be interesting. That's going to be an interesting one. That's feeling pretty good though. That's feeling pretty good. All right, back to this for a minute. Should a carried target sit in front of the body facing or camera facing? Body facing. So WebSocket or Steam peer-to-peer or raw UDP? None of the above, Wixer. None of the above. We're kind of using we're using RTMP in this. So yeah, I mean, you can. I mean, this is more about the architecture than the. Yeah, so none of the above. So it's kind of like WebSockets, but it's different. It's not peer-to-peer either. It's just like we're using our own RTMP because it gets around network punch through and all that kind of thing. You should check out the tech. It's pretty new, but it's also really cool. I quite like working with it. It has a little bit of an overhead, but not that much. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Where are we? So what I was actually looking up here. I came in here looking for something, but now my train of thought has deviated. Why am I scrolling through here as if I have something specific in mind? I've lost what I was doing. Okay. Can a single hand grip raise an object into the carry height band? One hand uses ground-based drag target. Two hands are equipped for raise carry. It can light lift, yeah. How should the player speed change while gripping objects? Weight scaled. What should happen to object momentum on release? Keep its momentum. Okay. Need your ThinkPad potato test. Psych, we also did that today. I did the potato test and it passed with flying colors for performance. I think all the time that we've been spending in doing retopologizing the models and optimizing and having really strong and strict rules around architecture have been very successful. The game ran on my 7-year-old decent gaming PC that's now low end. It ran really well on a low end PC, which I'm quite happy about. The only thing that didn't hold up really well was the networking. The networking has some really big problems. We need to do a bunch of netcode optimization. We need to do a lot of netcode optimization, which, to be fair, I haven't really done any of that. So I need to do probably I'll need to do some packet analysis. I'll need to go, we'll need to, I don't know if we do a sniffer or we introduce a new networking layer that can actually route all of the communication to disk and then do a review of that. I think that'll be a good way to do it. But honestly, I think even simple things like the compression of floating point numbers is not being done yet. And we are just constantly snapshotting up and blasting the state of objects across the network right now. So I imagine when I start to optimize, we'll be able to strip out a whole bunch of different stuff. container feature. What objects should be placed inside containers? Holdables and draggables, I think. We can do holdables now, draggables later. How should capacity relate to anchor points? One item per anchor, yes. When a container has multiple stored items, how should an empty hand choose which one to retrieve? The nearest one. It's refreshing and crashing again. I am aware, Goldie. Yeah, we need to basically... We need to implement this because I think this will be our fix for that. All right, this will be. We'll implement that in a hot minute. Okay, how should containers decide which holdable items they accept? Actually, I want to see before we move on. All right, good. Codex resume. That's container. Actually, we don't want that. My bad. Dragging rework. Codex resume. Let's get that on a branch as well. File, open repository. Based on monsters, work trees, dragging rework. Select that folder. And then, yes, this should be on that branch. Dragging rework, good. Dragging rework system. Implement that plan. Then this can go. We can shift our attention to. We can shift our attention to this. Define container feature. Yes, okay, here we go. But before we do that, give this a quick refresh. I think we've got the solution to this problem and the refreshing and crashing thing, Goldie. It's just like there's the object pooling system that I had for connections to Twitch. I think something was failing there and it was causing like hundreds of connections to get created, which of course puts a lot of stress on the system. And that's gonna be creating these issues, and it explains why it works sometimes and not other times. Improved logging exposed it pretty quickly. And now if we implement a rework of that with like watching for when a Twitch channel is live to do a connection to it, that's going to be much, much better. Yeah, I know, right? Eef. Chat, I'm going to be right back. I need to use the restroom. So I'll see you all soon. Look at me remembering to unmute the microphone. How about that? Okay. Clapping enthusiastically. I'm sorry, I need so much babysitting, Goldie. You do a good job keeping me on track. Okay. The tighter response drag is working. Do we need something now that accounts for the size of the body and the weight? Let's not overcomplicate it. Let's not overcomplicate this. There's some stuff we really need in, like the monsters not being able to transform until the first day. And good sleep. Nice, nice. Sometimes it's the other way around. You babysitting me. When? When did that ever happen? Pat's on you. Hold on. What's with the cat hat? What's with the cat hat? I'm not not understanding. I'm going to sleep. Good night, Snolzy. Good night. Are you keeping me company? Well, that's true. That's true. We keep each other company, don't we, Goldie? We keep each other company. Okay. Dragging's working quite well. We're probably going to rebase the drag onto... We rebase the drag onto the other drag system when it's done. So when this one's done, this one rebases onto that, and then we'll use the same targeting system that tries to move the object in front of the player here onto there. Okay, one thing we do want to do here is, now that we have a first working version of the dragging, to help me debug, demonstrate, and iterate, I want to put this into a harness. The harness should be similar to the existing dragging harness, but instead of crates, it should use bodies. Pretty morbid, pretty morbid. Okay, tighter dragging responses. I think backup can go. We've probably proven that that works. Oh, hold up. This can still go, but that's the wrong. This is the dragging rework that should not have been committed. It's fine. It's working. We'll get there. That should have been here. Tighter dragging responses. Working on two dragging features simultaneously is a little confusing, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, guys. You can see the hands patting the chin. Okay. Is this supposed to be my chin though? Even then, like, what's going on? Okay, there we go. That's probably good for now. Okay, let's see. How should the body dragging harness be exposed relative to the existing crate drag harness? Separate entry. Create a new harness launcher entry and keep the crate object. Yeah, keep it unchanged. What body should the... Spawns one body and uses hotkeys to switch alive, conscious, and dead states. Yep, we can do that. Which priority should drive the implementation details? Use a real player avatar, spawn, damage, ragdoll, interaction, physical drag services for the highest bug reproduction value. Good question. Let's go the runtime path. Yep. I'm here with you till 5 a.m. Dextra. It won't be that early. It won't be that early today. I think we'll probably wind up with 6-hour stream, I think. 6-hour stream today. That's my guess. I just got so much to do tomorrow. So much to do. Okay. Speaking of, where is this at? Okay, how should containers decide which holdable items they can accept? Kind plus keys. Kind only. If a player presses F and both hands hold items accepted by the selected container, nearest hand. What should happen to an item while it is stored in the container? Attach display. Yep. Okay, cool. Oh my, this OBS refactor is huge. It's just going to take a while to review. That's annoying. Oh my god, that's huge. It's a big change. Whoa. Oh, that's the trade. That's okay. When I thought this was modifying the program CS for the server. Why is that even changing? This is going to be a big review. Why is this even changing? This should not change at all. That should not change at all, guys. If matching container has multiple empty compatible anchors, should do the nearest. How should retrieving a stored item work with an empty hands? Reach, then pick up. What should the UI show when looking at a container, but no held item can be placed there? You know what? Quick poll. I don't know how many people we have around, but I've been thinking a lot about this since this morning. Quick poll. At least one. Excellent, Kent. Okay. How do we feel about left and right hand grabbing? Like left, right, grab mechanic? Love. Hate. Plenty of time for decisions. Depends what it also allows you to do when grabbing. It allows you to do something like drag with one hand and hold an axe with the like a weapon with the other, or a light with the other. It lets you have like a light and a weapon. It lets you have a shield and a sword. It's like you can select what each hand does. But watching Kaz interact with it, it seemed like she was just annoyed by it more than anything. She just wanted to like pick up an object and have the object without thinking about like what button to use to grab it. And there were instances where there were objects that were in reach of one hand but not the other, and she would press the wrong button because because she couldn't reach it, of course. So it's like we could like Little Big Planet style grabbing. Is that how Little Big Planet does it, Jason? It's been a really long time since I played that. I guess it is. I guess it is a little bit like that. Yeah. So yeah, big question there about whether that's the right approach. Watch the UI show when looking at a container, but no item can be placed there. Show the placement prompt when it can actually be placed. Yeah. Grabbing a body should be done with both hands, not a single hand. Okay, but what if you want to drag a body through the night and you're a villager and you can't see in the dark and you want to hold a torch with one hand and drag the body at the same time, right? There's instances like that where, or there might be instances where the other way this applies, Wixer, is let's say you have a bandage and you have the body. The way you apply the bandage to the body is you grab the body and you have the bandage, and now the ability to bandage the body comes up, right? So there's some plans there's some reasons why with the current system, which I'm considering scrapping entirely because it might be too counterintuitive. There's a reason why you might even want to grab a body with a single hand. It was optimized for controller, so each arm moved independently and could grab so you could swing your arms. Yeah, that's pretty cool, Jason. 35 streams too. Huge. Congrats, man. We should look into Little Big Planet and how it did it. I mean, there's a precedent. There's another pretty successful game that's out there that does this. I'm going to have a peek at the results. Ooh. 2 people hate it. Shit. Do we have to remove this thing? Wow. Three people. Matt, you said you loved it. There's not a single vote for love. Not one. There's 3 hates. And it went, you voted love and it went to hate? Weird. Okay. A few more votes coming in. We're now at 4. But it's pretty controversial, actually. It's pretty close. Like the Australian voting system. Yeah. I mean, there are more corrupt voting systems, let's be real. But it's not. I think that it's rigged because would you like, it's not apples and oranges. It's like, would you like green or red apples? That's why it's rigged here. Because there's no real difference between the different parties. But okay, love is ahead by only 1 point. Can't believe that. That's actually so close. And I was advocating for it, so this is probably not an unbiased. I just remember Lufu not wanting Sweats to be able to beat her. Yeah, I hear it. You're right about that, Jason. You're right about that. I don't know if the left-right hand system is going to actually make Sweats better at the game, but that was so close. That's so close. She's your target market. That's true. That is true. You know what? We'll get feedback from lots of people and I might pull it out. I need to start thinking about a fallback in case that's not a vibe. There are ways that we can quickly unwind the left and right hand thing. We can just make it one button. Just one button to grab. Okay. Where should accepted items kinds be authored? Container default plus slot override. All anchors in a container accept the same kinds. We can do that for now. Okay, authoritative and replicated. How durable should item stored state be during normal gameplay? Stored containers persist through rooms, unloads. Yeah, absolutely. If a container is removed or destroyed while holding items, what should happen? Should drop the contents. You're absolutely right about that, though, Jason. I should be thinking about what would, it's not WWJ do, it's WWLFD. WWJD? Is that what it used to be? Yeah, I think that's it. That's the bracelet. WWLFD. This is okay, if a container has no accepted kinds authored, what should that mean? All accepted. Yep. How should a stored item align to a container anchor? Stored item aligned to a container anchor. Item route to anchor. Yep. How should items have collision damage? Sources active while displayed in a container. Should stored items have collision and damage sources active while... Nope. God, I hate the system sometimes. Okay, hold on. Here's what you do for quick, decent feedback, Seb. Make a current build, put Godot onto your laptop, and take it to a fruity board game night and get the peeps to test it. Goldie, I hear what you're saying, but that's actually a terrible idea. For this reason. The people at Fruity's board game night are the people who I hope will play the game and have the most enthusiastic and authentic reactions to it. For that reason, exposing this to them before that point in time will undermine the authenticity of their reaction. Yeah, that's essentially it. I want them to be having aha moments, and I want them to be having like moments of shock and surprise, and that is what makes a game night most entertaining and makes the most clippable moments, makes the most, like, the best videos. It's where they're experiencing something new for the first time and are getting genuine excitement by the experience of discovery. And if I brought it to the games night and gave it to all the people, I would be undermining the one most significant marketing opportunity that the game will have in its entire lifetime. So yeah, I'm off, my dudes. Way too late for me. Yo, good night, Matt. But it's people like you and Matt who might actually give me that kind of feedback. Hopefully, I just have to try and anticipate what that, like, the impact of that on Lufu type people. So that's good night, Matt. Sleep well, man. Peace out. See ya. Thanks for tuning in. I hope the game's looking good. Man. Maybe I could get some playtesting with you, Matt. That would be pretty cool. Sleep well, dude. Oh, and I nearly forgot. What did you forget? What? What, Matthew? Don't you do it. Don't you do it, God damn it. No, Matthew. No. Shit, 243 subs in that channel.
McCaban gifted a tier 1 sub to Manchius Koi.
I knew it, Matthew. Matt. Okay, I go now. Okay. See ya, Matt. See ya. Good night. Thank you for the gifted sub. I really appreciate you. You've got a character coming too, by the way. It's on the backlog. It's on the backlog, Matt. Wixer, the only way that's happening is with a giant raid. Otherwise, I reckon I'll try and start to correct my sleep schedule a little bit starting today. It's the giant raids that really mess it up, guys. Stored items are display only until retrieved. Physics, interaction, collision, and damage sources are inactive. Disable physics but keep small interaction target. Please, tooltip, please. Interact target per occupied anchor for each hand. I believe this is it. Interaction targets. But yeah, I 100% understand your point. Yeah, I was just thinking in terms of what my team does. We take out, yeah, absolutely. I'm totally with you, Goldie. And I would do that to like a dev meetup event. Dev meetup events are great instances for that. Doing it with like, you get like Big Dev was this great one in Brisbane. There's a similar one here in, there's like those show and tell nights that are great. You can get your other friends to play. I think getting this community to play and collecting a crap ton of feedback from everyone here in the community is going to be my way to polish this and to try and but I need to do that cleverly. I need to have like press embargoes and stuff so that people don't go posting videos about it until it's at a point where I'm happy to have that get out. And then hopefully I can do this big thing where it's like, okay guys, alpha test, games night. I know everything works. I don't want any of this media out there until, then it's like, all right, now the Steam page is live. These guys can play it. They do it on a games night. It's still janky, but it's good enough to be really, really fun. And then hopefully I can watch the wish lists like, that would be ideal. That would be ideal, Goldie. But that particular crowd, like their reactions and their authentic reactions, like the only person I've shown from that group is Kaz and also Overstrand. I've shown Overstrand because he's just like, I don't know. I just really get along with Over, and I feel like he's going to have an enthusiastic reaction and an authentic reaction to this, regardless of whether I show it to him now or not. He's just excited about it, which I really love that. So, yeah. Okay, should the first implementation include authored container content or only reusable runtime support? Add a reusable system plus at least one static debug container. Yep. What verb should the container prompt for putting an object into the container? Store. I want to say store for this. He's a really, really awesome dude. If we add example containers, what filters should they demonstrate? Yep, that'll do. Okay, that's good. That's working. Let's check in on this. That's kicking along. All right, hold on. I think this is a yes. We're going to implement that. This is still going, which is great. Integration tests, sorry, are running. Which example content should be wired in V1? I think like crate and basket. I mean, yeah, maybe like... That's not bad. Okay, should stored content affect draggable container physics in V1? Should stored content affect draggable container physics in V1? I didn't swear. It's a lie. That's a lie. I've never interacted with Over, just seen him in, okay, Jackson's videos. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Just send that NDA over whenever, bro, and I'll get into jamming. Yeah, I know. I've got no shortage of people who would love to play it. To some extent, you know, you have to be a little bit careful, but on the other hand, I really do want a lot of testing. I want a lot of testing, but it'll be a pretty limited group of people, I think, and pretty like limited. You just got to be really careful with how you handle a project before it's time for the project to be out in the world. So, yeah. Should stored contents affect the draggable container physics in V1? I think I want to add the item weight. Can players store and retrieve items from a container while that container is being physically dragged? Yes. Yes, they should. Okay. Adding item weight means the container feature has to feed back into physical drag calculations. The current drag weight is carried on the draggable spawn records, so the plan will need to an effective weight layer derived from the store contents rather than the rewiring spawn identity. Yep. Add an item weight means the container feature has to, yeah, it's a good, yep, it's a thing. That's a thing. For draggable container weight, what should each item contribute? Yes. When should the added item weight apply or be removed? Yep. Can stored items be used for combat or blocking while displayed in a container? No. Nope. It's fair enough. Yeah. I just, I don't know. I think it could be, the game could be great, and you can, you want to, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe like, I don't know. Maybe there's like, no, maybe like the bad situations aren't worth worrying about, and it's just better to get the game out. But I don't know. I probably need to be careful about the media strategy and just at least be deliberate about it. Even if I'm not necessarily careful, I think being deliberate is really important. It's just like, yeah, it's critical. Okay, that's exciting. Let's give this a shot, shall we? It's going to be a long first load, but then when it's done, guys, then we're in business with our dragging stuff. Physical drag. Let's try it. All right, here goes. All right, height's not changing. All right, it flips around to the right side. This feels a lot better, more deliberate. The big thing here is the orientation is wrong. This thing weighs not enough. Like, by far not enough. But this is better, guys. This is better. Sick tricks, bro. Cool tricks. You spin that basket, man. You spin that basket. That's funny. Okay. Look at him. That's hilarious. I think what's happening here, guys, is there's this interaction between, as his hand moves towards the object is trying to move to a particular rotation, and that's causing this interaction that's causing him to, like, yeah, get this infinite looping here. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. So, what we're seeing, hold on, let me try and articulate this. What we're seeing is his hand achieves a grab, which causes the basket to try and move to a particular orientation. And in doing so, it moves the reach point away, which causes this interplay between its orientation target and the reach target. And so you get this weird spinning effect, which we're gonna have to work on. But that's interesting. It is interesting. It is cool. So one hand dragging, kind of working. Feels a little bit too loosey-goosey. And probably shouldn't be in front. So the one hand drag is orienting in front in a way that should only happen when two hand drags take place. That's also going to fix our spinning. He's using the force. Indeed. That's going to fix this one too. The one hand dragging orienting is going to help there. It's not going to fix it. He is using the force there. It is weird to see, isn't it? Pretty weird phenomenon. Two hands should stabilize it though, until it gets into the right rotation. So, all right. All right, that is it. That is a start. So, we have a foundation on which to build now. Dragging rework. We have a foundation on which to build now. The objects are trying to move into position. We need to make a change, however, since there's one preferred rotation for an object. And what we instead need to do is find the closest rotation that aligns the object to the player along all of the axes, both X, Y, and Z. X, Y, and Z. There is not one best rotation, but we need to match the closest rotation that orients the object along these axes. In case you need clarification, ask further questions. The objects don't have a defined upright, however. Objects don't have a defined upright, however. If an object has been flipped and the player picks it up, it should be picked up in a flipped position. In a rotation that orients the closest axis to be horizontal, closest to the axis with the least rotation towards a horizontal to orient using that rotation. That way, if the object is upside down and you pick it up, you carry it upside down, for instance. Again, ask any clarifications or fill any gaps I may have missed with this description. Okay. The Schwartz is strong with this one. Yes, not the Force, because God help us, we should have such copyright infringement. I wonder what the rules are with like magic powers like that. Surely they can't copyright magic powers, because that's basically what the Force is. Let's be real. Let's just be real, guys. The Force is just voodoo, magic, spooky levitation powers. The Force is levitation. I'm calling it like it is. Star Wars makes it into something big, fancy, but it's just levitation. I said it. I'll fight you on that one. I'll fight you on that one, chat. No takers? Nobody? Are you excited for Spaceballs 2? Are they doing a Spaceballs 2? I guess a little bit. Yeah, that could be interesting. That could be interesting. I wasn't the hugest fan of Spaceballs 1, but, you know, I guess there's been enough Star Wars to justify a sequel to Spaceballs. But that's pretty cool. The Schwartz is strong. Well, yes, yeah. That's a Spaceballs quote, actually. I remember now. Okay, when should the nearest axis-aligned carry rotation be chosen for the dragged object? On pickup. Rechoose when the first grip starts and whenever another player hand joins or leaves the object. That's a good question. Release date 22nd of April, 2027. All right. I might have to watch Spaceballs again sometime. Okay, when do we do this? Every frame on grip changes. Rechoose when the first grip starts and whenever another hand joins. It could be on pickup. It could just be like when the object gets picked up, then that's the orientation of the object. I think I'm with it on this. Okay, which player aligned axis? Use the player blending facing. Okay, one more time. Pitch, yaw, and roll. I think it should be the roll axis. If you pick something up, right, you're most likely to pick it up and then rotate it on roll and yaw and roll and pitch. Shit, all three. Yaw plus world up. twist this way plus world up. I'm actually okay with that. That could mean that it's like use the character's body full transform basis if authored body tilts and rolls should affect the carried object orientation. Use the player / blended facing for forward and right and global up for vertical, keeping the object. I mean, this is actually a good plan. The facing forward / right. Yeah, okay. Yep. For multiple players gripping the same object, how should the target carry orientation be? Blend the facing frame. Strength weighted blend facing to define one shared carried. Blend, yep. Okay, hold on. We had another prompt going here. We're going to why isn't this closable? I just want to kill this one tab, guys. Be gone. It doesn't matter. Okay, let's see. We could... Are we even using this server right now? Honestly, I think we might not be. We may not be. I think we're going to do this. We're going to start a new one. Work trees. Where are we at then? We'll go to container storage. Containers, good. Codex, resume. And then implement the plan. Implement the plan. We have our dragging body harness. Let's have a quick look here. Rotation alignment issues can get solved. Physical drag V2 rotation alignment. Yes, let's review it. Replace your only carry rotation with a full 3D axis aligned carry orientation. When the object first becomes dragged, choose the closest right-handed axis mapping between the object's current local axes and the blend player carry frame. Yep, then keep the mapping until all grips release. So, not until all grips release. Maybe if an object is upside down and you pick it up, it should flip the right way. What about that? Pitch your roll is engine dependent. Yeah, I know, Wixer. It's like, yeah, I you know, but most of the engines do a sensible job of it. I think it's not like, it's things like Blender. Blender really pisses me off with its not having Y up, though I fixed it recently. But, you know. Replace your only... what should happen if an object is upside down? Because how else do you, like, flip it? All right, we're changing the plan a little. Upon further consideration, we want to implement this in a way that the grabbing of an object with two hands rotates it so that its natural Y up becomes the object's held up. The yaw axis should still orient towards the closest rotating axis. Should still align with the characters forward along the smallest rotation to create that alignment with the characters forward. The other thing here is we're going to make one other adjustment with this slice, and that is that when an object is dragged with one hand, it does not prefer to fall to the position in front of the character, but rather can stay at any rotation from the character so that they can move walking forward while dragging the object behind them with one hand. This does not apply to two-handed grabbing. All of the rotational adjustments and positional influences should still apply when two hands are active. Okay. All right. Harness, let's try it. This is body dragging. So, body dragging rework. Let's close out this. And let's see that harness in action. Dragging rework. No, hold on. What are we doing here? This is physical body dragging. So, ragdoll drag 3. Done. I think though, Wixer, like they always follow, in terms of like relative to an object, they follow this rule here, right? The same rules that govern aircraft. At least Godot and Unity both do. I'm pretty sure that Unreal Engine does too. And as far as engines go, those are the three big ones. Those are the three big ones. Okay, can you minimize? Yes, and you there, and then F2. Okay, physical drag a body, nice, excellent. Okay. Does it randomize the body? Wow, this guy's strong. That's not right. He's holding him like a freaking toy. Has he got smaller or is it just me? All right, what are our controls? There we go. All right, there's something going wrong in this. Let's check if that's runtime or just harness. We'll see pretty quick which is which. Okay. There's a chance I'll take some downtime to do a bit of marketing stuff. I don't know if it'll be downtime. What do you guys think? If I am reworking Twitch scenes and creating Steam pages, is everyone really interested in following along with that journey or not? How do we all feel about that? Is that something people want to see, or should I go do that offline and then come back and be like, surprise, ta-da, it's all here. All right, they're in different games. All right, knock him out. Unlock, welcome back. Welcome back, Turbo. What on earth? What on earth is happening here? That is not, we did not have that before. We did not have that before. Quite confident dragging was different before. Is he back up? Oh gosh. There's some weirdness with this dragging. Maybe it's not a bad thing. I don't know. We really need to fix that anyway, so that's going to be pretty soon. That's going to be fixed. Look at him roll. That's just how he rolls, guys. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is the wacky rolling fine or not? Boop. E out. I'm pretty curious to know what people think about the dragging, you know? Yo, that's so good. Turbo. Okay, I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. It is a little bit like, it is a little wacky though. Is it too wacky, or is this like, is that perfect? Because it's supposed to like be chaotic physicsy things, right? So now you can drag a person around. Oh, he came too. Get out of here. Get unconscious. Gotta add that juice. Whoa. Physics glitch. That's concerning that happened. Have I done something in fixed update somewhere? Could be better, but great so far. Yeah, when you say like the things spinning around the head, that's one bit of juice that I'm gonna add here. If you make him unconscious with a bladed weapon and he has cut damage, the plan will be to leave a blood trail, so there'll be that juice. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what else to do, juice-wise. All right, they're out of sync now. They're out of sync. How is that happening? I need to work on that because the host should not think he's there. I wonder if I punch where he actually is, whether that interprets it as the... Where is he? He's about there. No, that's not coming through because... Okay, that brings him back. Damn, you're really thinking this out. Yeah, and in the best way. Good. I'm glad you think so. There's a lot to do. There's a lot of thinking to do. That's always the thing with games, man. It's like there's so much thinking to do. All right, what's happening there? There's a bug that we need to solve. He's so gonzo. He's been beat up so much. He's like within an inch of his life at this point. All right, there's an issue here with recovery. And what we're going to be doing is watching for the number at... So 102. 102 is the current number of errors. He respawns, still 102. Where's the error triggering? Is it an error? We might have to do some like orientation adjustment like we've just done on the other branch. Because like right there, his head being up off of the ground, it's not sensible. It's so easy to get knocked out once you're like, once your health is basically like, his stamina is just gone. This dude is not like, and we have to add a physics effect when a person gets knocked out so that the impact of the force knocks them back. When they lose, like the moment they lose consciousness, they need to lose consciousness with the impact of the force that knocks them back. So I think we might even do that on the dragging branch while we're here. So, all right, so the dragging body harness is completely broken. That needs a fix. Let's see, dragging body harness. Because I don't know what it is. Why is the like no gravity or weight being applied to the body in the harness? Pretty curious. And interaction is resetting the position of him, which is pretty weird. Actually, notice the blacksmith is rendering different from the other characters. Why is he rendering so differently? Look how dark it is on one side of him. We have to go look into his material. There's something strange happening with the material on the blacksmith. We might even just deal with that right now. Because they need to render consistently. Okay, here it is. What could it be? He's got a material override. Tempted to just do that. All right, one more run here. Not just weird lighting. No, because then it would be consistently weird lighting on all the characters, right, Goldie? I think what's happening is I gave it a roughness map without a normal map, and so then the lighting is like specific to him. I mean, it's still there. It's still there. Look, if I change character, see that the stark difference? There's this like a really stark difference there. Like an unacceptable difference in his rendering style. And it's not his texture. Yeah, super dark, right? And it's not here. It's some interaction between scene lighting and... What if I do this? Let me just go like that. This will probably apply... It means we lose potential shine from his helmet, but I'd rather this. Now he's consistent with the others. So that's a nice little fix we found. Okay. In our harness, the first time the drag activates, the reset the position of the dragged character resets to an upright position. The dragged character resets to an upright position. Okay. What should count as a two-handed carry mode for this change? Same avatar, both hands. Yes, same avatar, both hands. Let me just go back to any two grips. No, same avatar, both hands. How should one-handed dragging move the object if it no longer targets the position in front of the character? Anchored hand, apply a spring from the selected object. Anchor towards the gripping hand. Let the body trail. Only mark the object as gripped low friction. It moves. The movement comes from the collision in existing rigid body physics. Could do this. Yo, ACC, hello, how you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? How are you doing today? Okay, after the two-handed mode aligns the object's local Y to the global/player up, which horizontal object axis should align toward the character? Choose whichever aligned X or Z axis meets the least twist. Least twist. That should be fine. Yo, hello, Emb. How you doing? Good to see you in, man. Good to see you. Let's check out what we're doing here. I don't like the scope of this change is just massive. Let's go check it out. I'm tempted to deploy it and review it later. I mean, it does, so far looks roughly sensible. That's a lot of new interfaces though. Okay, split physical dragging into two modes. One-handed dragging becomes an anchor-to-hand pull that lets the object trail behind, beside, or in front of the player without preferring a relative body carry position. Two-handed dragging defines as the same avatar gripping the object with both left and right hands, keeps a V2 carry behavior. The object moves to the carried position in front of the carrier, responds to lift, and rotates into a stable held orientation. Yes. Rework the one-handed apply spring. Yep. Do not. Yep. Keep networking unchanged. Implement. Implemento. Man. Why do we have this? Oh, this is a struct. Okay, this is for, yeah, all right. Window is in like not a like a Microsoft Forms Windows. It's just the usual work. Nice. Been watching Google I/O 2026. Lots of updates. Nice, man. That's cool. Cool. Don't we already have this? Don't we already have this? I don't want to duplicate code. I'm tempted to like deploy this now as long as it doesn't do anything with the database and then come back and review. Just because I'm pretty annoyed with the performance of the system since the change. Yo, Mike, good to see you. How are you, man? Welcome in, welcome in. I hear some ding, fries are done. Okay, fixed the grip first upright test. Okay, that's ragdoll. Let's give it a shot. And F2 and enter. Let's see. You just woke up, Mike? Nice, nice. Yeah, hopefully this dragging is going to make a big difference. The latency, the network latency is going to be a whole other thing, though. I'll tell you that. Oh, that's nice. They're holding hands. What the fuck is going on? It's like the rigid body has no weight. It does when it's dropped. I feel like if you move forward with the body, it should be dragged to the side of you instead of behind. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe the behind drag is like good, but I mean, it shouldn't feel like it's levitating, and it definitely does. I'm not sure if that happens at runtime, though. I mean, what's the point of a harness if it can't be consistent with runtime? Zuba, hello. Anyone in chat have experience dragging bodies? Yeah, those skills and expertise could. I need a subject matter expert. Any serial killers in the chat, guys? That's pretty good. That's funny. That's a good one. Some of them work. Some of them work quite well. The dragging works quite well. But then in other cases, like this, he's just like, he shouldn't stand up. And I think this might have to do with the rigidity of the ragdoll, honestly. I think we need to adapt the ragdoll rigidity. So that's going to be... Okay, it's not the skeleton modifier. It's going to be this. All of these, I'm going to have some tuning done here. I think this joint was the one that behaved best, but the ragdoll is too rigid and it's too rubbery. Maybe that's the next thing to do here. All right, so let's check in that harness. We need to finish reviewing this at some point. All right, we're up to services. Okay. Added a harness to experiment with dragging. Now that the harness is in place, we can start with some tweaking. At the moment, the behavior of the ragdoll body feels unnatural. It may be because the stiffness of the joints are a little too rigid. This could be related to 6 DOF joint. We notice this behavior first appear with the 6 DOF joint. Which was dramatically better than the pin joint, which behaved dramatically better than the pin joint that essentially crumpled into a puddle for the character. We may need to loosen the stiffness of some of the major joints in the body, like the shoulders, elbows, hips, knees. Or there may be some entirely unrelated cause and solution. We need to investigate what the best course of action is to make the body feel a little more ragdoll and a little less rubbery. Okay. I know you do Twitch magic, but that's awesome. An auto clip command now? Hold on. That's I don't think that's auto clip. I have a I just did exclamation mark clip that I typed into chat to do that, by the way. Yes, I would love to. What I have been doing is writing a program, Zuba, that like offline after the stream, like I give it a. I should show you guys again sometime. I give it a thing, and I'll say like, look at this VOD and try and find the most interesting themes for clips, and then it will go, okay, this thing and that thing, and here's a good clip concept, and then I'll say, okay, go and look at the video, go and listen to the audio, go and look at chat, and then fuse all those things together to create something I've called perception. So a fused perception, and then go and look over your perceptions to find things that fit the beats of the thing, of the clip. And with that, I'm hoping to be able to generate more cool content and more clips, and even some more like mid to long form stuff would be really cool. I'm hoping I can use it for more of that. Yeah, it's a cool idea. There's some people doing stuff like it out there, but I don't know, a lot of it's really hella expensive. So I figure if I can get one working for myself, that would be nice. Maybe I can open source that. Speaking of which, we have to open source our, we still have to go and open source Blink. Blink is still on the to-do list for taking some time to go and make something work. That one absolutely needs to happen. Yeah. Yep. All right, how's this all going? No more distractions. Getting distracted. This one's cool. Let's try that. So goodbye, ragdoll. Hello, containers. Yeah, it's a sweet idea if I can pull it off. It's also a pretty complicated idea if I'm being honest, Zuba. It's a very complicated idea. All right. Okay, so let's put this container into a harness so that we can experiment and test with it. File, open repository. There, work trees, containers. Okay, first pass containers. Ensure that the container examples, make sure that the weapon rack is in this environment for the player to test. It should also have a character that can interact with the weapon rack. That the developer can use to Yo, God of War, hello. How are you, man? How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. A simple third-party API, you just log in to grab the code. Hold on. Is this for the, you're talking about the clip feature? The exclamation mark clip thing? Right, right. Just finished dinner, so now I can chill with you lot. Yo! Nice, nice. That little God of War animation is like booping to the beat of my music. Uh-huh. That's happening. Okay. Should this tuning slice change production ragdoll behavior immediately or focus on harness-driven comparison control? Tune the dragged body toe and dragged ragdoll profile now while leaving ordinary down ragdolls. Do all ragdolls. Yes. I saw you dragging the priest earlier. Yo, yeah, we got it. We got it. We're tweaking it now. We're tweaking and tuning now. But we did get there. We got that last clip. We got that clip. So that's going to be useful. I should have got the time. I really need a feature, guys, that lets me like track the timestamp of moments so that I can use it to reconstruct. You know what I should have done is I should have hit the start recording button. I should have started recording in OBS. Man, I need someone to freaking help with this. It's so much easier when there's just someone who's like, okay, here's the plan. Here's the plan for the, here's the plan for the short. Maybe, I don't know how I do this. Maybe we make an AI assistant or something for, I don't know. It's hard. I really need to start making content, guys. I really need to start making better content. Okay, implemented the revised dragging behavior. Changes. One-handed dragging now uses anchor to hand, spring force. All right, that one's worth a test. So let's run that. How did it look, God of War? Did you like it? Did you like the feature? Does it look amusing? Look fun? It should be really fun. Should be really fun to play. I'm really hopeful that that will be awesome. Let's see. This is drag. Dragging rework. So we can do this. Physical drag. Nice. To be fair, I only got a glimpse of it, so I can't really give an answer to you. Okay, no problem, no problem. You'll see it pretty soon. We're working on improving the just like carrying objects functionality now. So now we can drag an object around like this with one hand, and then if I grab it with two, we actually pick it up. Though we need to adjust the height better. It might need to sit more in front of the player. And it's way too springy and wobbly. That one adjusts its height fine. That's weird. We probably need a little more randomness there. Whoa! Sick trick! All right, why is it jittering though? I'm not understanding why it would jitter. Whoa, it's bumping into us. That's why. But that is a cool point. If we flip it upside down, can we now pick it up with two hands to get it upright? Yes. Okay, and the angle is actually working. It's just as you angle down, it goes up, and as you angle up, it goes down. So we need to change that, because then you can like, all right. Right now, as you angle the camera up, you lower. We need to invert the direction that the held object lifts and is dropped to. Right now, if you face the camera down, the object is lifted up, and if you face the object up, the camera is pressed down or lowered down. This should be inverted. Looking upward should lift the object, looking downward should lower it. And we do need to figure out some of this, the jitter stuff. Stream elements might not shut down after all. Yeah, I doubted that that would happen, DJen. I actually had a video that I was kind of starting to cut together that was like, stream elements might not survive. I guess I should have got on that and released it before it was like, it's going to be fine. Treat this as a down ragdoll field change. Okay. The current generated joints use default Defaults with springs disabled, so the rubbery feel is more likely from high EBR damping plus the drag system directly towing the hips. Okay. Add joint profiles and cycling to both ragdoll focused harnesses. And cycling to both ragdoll focused harness changes. Add joint profile display and cycling to both ragdoll focused harnesses. Okay. The physical body drag hardness should show. One shortcut to cycle the joints. Yeah, okay. Let's have a few options and then we'll choose the best one. All right, implemented the inversion. Good, good. Where are we? I'm gonna cook some dinner. Nice, man. Have a nice stream. Till the next one. Yo, thank you, Mylano. I really appreciate you tuning in, man, and being here for the whole damn thing. You're only missing like half an hour. Thanks for being here for the rest of it. I appreciate you, man. Notice for chat, if you want to link Seb something. Okay, hold on. If you want to link Seb something, Seb is asking you don't want to be timeout doing that. Just give the mods a heads up. Yes, yes, yes. Yep. Ironic message on timeout. No links allowed. Automated by Stream Elements. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny, actually. Yep, that's good. Okay. We want to do tracking rework. Let's have a look at that. Hopefully we can raise and lower things properly now. Good, good. So two hands is constituting a lift now. Everything else constitutes a drag. So you can drag two objects still, that's good. I think this object needs to be like higher to avoid its jitter, but its jitter is just straight up a problem. And that's a problem. Unless you want nunchuck bag. The newest game weapon, guys. The nunchuck basket. Yep. Yep. You saw it here first. The most deadly weapon in all of Not Monsters. Nunchuck basket. Maybe I do want nunchuck basket. Okay. Okay, that object is smooth. Why are we not raising and lowering this object? That doesn't work at all. Maybe it works a little. Might be because he's a short character. Okay, let's do it only when holding right click. There's hardly any difference now. Especially for shorter characters, so that's an issue. All right. We're going to change this behavior so that if you hold right click, the camera rotation stops moving, but the height goes up and down when carrying an object. Holding the object with two hands. That is a pretty fundamental change. It's a big change because this now changes the input system's behavior and the camera system's behavior. As much as possible, we should be trying to. No, we can't. We have to change. We have to change the camera system. We have to do that. The real question is, can I dual wield nunchuck baskets? Probably yes. Probably yes, Jessica. Actually, that's hilarious, and needs confirming. That needs to be confirmed. Nunchuck basket. That question must be answered. Are you ready? Surely you're going to clip that. Yep. The real Jessica. I hope so. We need to clip at this one, and I need more clips just generally. So, all right, here goes. Who's the most Bruce Lee-like character we've got? This guy? I think it might be this guy. Yeah, we're doing the barbarian. All right, here goes. Whatcha? Basket nunchucks. Oh man. Basket chucks, the most lethal weapon of them all. The most lethal, the most deadly. Nobody can withstand the basket nunchucks. Whatcha? Yeah, brilliant. That's fun. That's fun. That has to find its way to YouTube. Good clip. Good clip. Fun bug. Okay. Yeah, well that was worth it. That would probably do a fair bit of like force damage. I kind of want to put maces in now just to create like the chaotic this look at him, he's just like, ah no, he's so afraid. That's good. That's hilarious. How good. Good idea, Jessica. Good idea. That's hilarious. Okay. The degree to which the height moves up and down is far too small. The starting height, the lowest height needs to be much lower, especially for shorter characters where changing the pitch of the camera currently makes almost no discernible change to the height in the carried object. In our code base, it seems sensible to make a distinction between holding dragged objects and carrying them in terms of terminology. All right, let's do it. That's probably going to be a massive refactor because we went and changed stuff. More logging to do, Seb, unless it resets this time. Yeah, no. Look, I have a fix for this ready. It's just such a large fix that I don't want to just deploy it without... I mean, fuck it. I can deploy it and check it. It changes the way that the database reads. The only thing I'm a little concerned about with just deploying the fix is the potential database damage. Hold on. We'll do it. That's the diagnostic system. Okay. Attempt to correct simultaneous. Bug where hundreds of Twitch connections are held open. Twitch connection bug. All right, we'll push that, deploy it, get it fixed. Okay, that took a minute, but clip done. Yo, thank you, Jessica. Thank you. You know how much time those clips help? Like they make a big difference to me. I'm trying to do way more clips. So having that is absolutely awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. What do you mean? Okay. There we go. It's not. What are you talking about? Yeah. Stash that. There we go. We'll see how this goes. Hopefully this fixes the issue. Yeah, exactly, Jessica. Promo content time is coming. Absolutely. Those little like funny moments. All I really need is just like one of like several of them, actually, not just one. Lots of viral stuff. If we can get lots of viral stuff, I'll be really happy. I'll be really happy. So you never know what's going to go viral. In fact, they should check YouTube, see how that's going. See how that's going. No, that one went okay. This one's going okay. I wish there's a way to like see recent videos. Man, it's so hard to get subscribers. I mean, between 7 and 8 p.m. we had 2,000 views on something. Oh, that's a handy view. What is this? What was that? That's an interesting one. The fact that that went well. Okay, pretty cool. Maybe this one's getting discovered. I don't know why this is getting a second wind. That had its first boom ages ago. I don't know why it would get rediscovered. Oh, maybe not. Man, it's weird. It's weird the way that this stuff works. I swear I published this. Oh, yeah, look. It's just been slowly climbing. May 22nd, so that was 2 days ago. Just slowly goes up. Just 25 minutes, Seb. Just 25 minutes. We are underdogs. Are you talking about, like, the time left on the stream? Till 2 a.m.? When the stream will end? I told you guys it's probably not going to be exactly on 2 a.m., but pretty close to it. Pretty close to it. Sure. God of War. Just you wait. Just you wait. Goalie's going to be going to bed. Is he already gone to bed? No, he's here. So 4 a.m. it is. You'll think you know what's going to happen. Okay, container harness. This will be cool. Okay, I'll still have to pay it out after it hits 2 a.m. and you're still live. Yeah, well, that's true. I am going to end at basically 2 a.m. though, so I see right in the near future. So yes, yeah, look, it could happen. It could happen. I think that's very possible. This was, what was this? This was number 1, containers. Yeah, containers. We have a new harness for containers. We like that. Container harness. There we go. Raid incoming on 159. We will see, Wixar. That would tip the balance. That would tip the balance. That would definitely tip the balance. Has that reset? Yes, it has. Oh my gosh. Wow. Actually, wow. Look at the little stand it built. It built a little stand, guys. Okay. All right. My bad. All of the interaction UI is not working in here. It labeled the corn, but none of the weapons. I'm very impressed. It spent a lot of time on this little weapon stand. Okay, where is it? The container harness. Okay, weapon rack. This harness is still missing the interaction user interface and interactable systems that would highlight objects that can be picked up and instruct the user as to what they can do when interacting with the container. Okay, nice. No axe for you. Yep. You just kicked it to the curb. Not something you want to do with an axe, if I'm being honest. It's a shame my country does not let me join predictions. I can only say yes or no. Like, truly, God of War? There's like restrictions on your... Is it because it's gambling or promoting gambling or something like that? That's interesting. That's pretty weird. That's a weird thing. It can't do the sword pickup. Or the shield pickup. Whoa, goodbye, shield. Alright. That needs more works. Has the deployment gone through? Yes. And chat's still working, right? I mean, this looks better. So far, so good. It's all looking good, right, guys? After restart, maybe we actually have a decent fix in the review. You know, I mean, functionality is one thing. I still have to do the review. Yeah, gambling is harm, so it makes sense. It does make sense. It does make sense. I got a ding fries are done. Ding fries are done would be here. Okay, cool. This is the dragging rework. Ooh, 2. And the ragdoll tuning slice. The ragdoll one's going to be fun. Do we try them both at the same time, chat? Why not? We only have like 10 minutes left, so may as well. This is game? Hold on, what is game? Okay. F2. This is drag the ragdoll. Physical body drag. Yep, a game in development. Dextra's been here long enough to know that, though. God of War, Dextra's talking about something else. Dextra knows exactly what we're doing here. That might be way better. I don't think it's limp enough still, but we have new controls too. J cycles joints, K cycles toe. T for unconscious. Joints loose. And then T cycles, hold on, K cycles toe. T, K. That should be extra loose joints and toe cycling. Now the body doesn't follow as much, which is strange. Okay. F8, F2, and then ragdoll test. Change scene, Seb? Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Will you add mirrors in Not Monsters? Probably not, Dextra. What would you want a mirror for? Okay, J for joints. And then K for toes, surely. It seems like the ragdoll still tries to still tries to hold its pose. Okay, what was the thing to change character? All right. That's an experiment. Pushing the limits of Godot engines, so cute. Yeah. Technical challenge. Pushing the limits. Dextra, I'm not looking for challenges. I'm looking to, there's enough challenges on like the main features that need to get done, you know? Without going looking for trouble, if that makes sense. There's enough trouble without going and looking for it. So, okay, ragdoll tuning slice. We just tried out. I don't know if we're there yet with that. Okay, let's try the dragging stuff, the lifting stuff. This needs a test as well. But first, containers. No, not containers. Dragging rework. I'm glad you think it's cute, Dextra. The vampires actually, that's a smart idea. Cybertopia. I like where your head's at on that one. That's pretty good. Physical drag. Actually, that's the wrong one. It's body drag. Is it the body drag? And it's so hard to keep on track with like working on multiple things at the same time. It is this drag. This is what we're after. Okay. So, in theory now, if that didn't work. And I don't think I specified it carefully enough. Oh yeah, that does work, actually. He feels a bit like a forklift, but not too bad. Okay. Why does that object refuse to like... I don't know why that's a thing. Okay. So you can, yep, you can like lift things and move them around now. That's kind of cool. Especially if you grab them from the bottom. Okay. Right click should only stop the adjustment of the camera height. It should still allow you to turn left and right. Okay, ragdoll turning slice, and then we should basically go find somebody to raid at this point. Let's have a look-see. Okay, okay. Ooh. I think the raid is a Lisa raid, guys. Or Sanjoka, yo, he doing good. Dev is yapping, better be quick. Fair. Or Kiki. I think Townie and Lisa, guys. Townie and Lisa. Townie's with Lisa. Why is Lisa not on my list? Oh, there we go. I think it's Lisa. Let's do it. Here we go, guys. This sounds too heavy for bedtime. True dat, true dat. Look at me. Aren't y'all proud? Aren't y'all proud? I raided at 2 a.m. It happened. Whoa, what are they doing? That's a pretty big moment. What the helly? How are they so far underwater? What's going on? This is kind of crazy. So good stuff, guys. Good stuff. 1 minute to spare. I mean, barely. We'll see. Might not even do it. Might not even do it. But yeah, the raid's going. It's been good. It's been productive. Pretty good stream, guys. Lots left to do for tomorrow, I think. So I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back online. I'll see you guys then. These little things, I can't, when the bet thing comes up, Goldie, I can't even see the counter for the raid. So I don't know when it's going to end. So I'm just going to keep yapping until it does. But I don't know why. It's very bad design. You can't see this. But okay, there we, no, still can't get rid of it. Dismiss this message. There we go. All right, bye guys. See you guys. See you tomorrow. Have a good night. Enjoy Lisa and Townie stream. See ya.